Good afternoon. Hi, how is everybody? Hey, Chicago Epsilon, what's up? And then, and Serial. All right. Did you guys get settled in? So glad to see you're able to make it this week. Let me just turn the music down just a little bit. Now that we're on, how is everybody? How was your week? I know there's not very much on the table right now. Hey, Blueberry, hello. Hello, hello. My kettle just got done heating, so maybe there'll be a little bit less noise from that. How is everybody? Good to see you. Hope your week went okay and you're ready to relax with some good stuff. All good in the hood over here. Terrific. So yeah, on the agenda tonight, if we want to be as formal as that, is I've got a little mini unboxing and just a couple items, but one of them very, very long awaited item. I'm talking 6 to 8 weeks. Oh, thanks for the honk. That's so cute. And we're very ready to relax. Agreed. Cool. So my name is Gail, for anybody who doesn't know me, who might be lurking or, just checking in for the first time. Good to see you. We're here in my Hawaii living room, which is still very warm these days. And you know what though? I'm just going to force the whole cozy season thing and drink some roasted oolong tea, which is very warming and cozy, and we're just going to deal with it. So here's what we've got. So I kind of last week transitioned to this whole sort of like, oh, it's fall now thing, but then I ended up drinking cold brew teas and iced tea and, just couldn't really handle the hot tea yet, but today let's give it a try. So yes, I have a mini unboxing. I have a piece of fruit, a pomelo, to cut up, and that'll be one of the snacks. And then I've got some mooncakes, which I did get last week and ate some, but haven't eaten any since then. So for anyone who missed those, I can introduce those to you. And then you might remember these from a couple weeks ago. I didn't even take them out of the bag yet. We got them yesterday from the Vietnamese restaurant, and those can be like the crunchy snack. So yeah, let's start with the Woodland Warden's card. Yeah, so I've got this area pretty cleared off so that I can cut up the pomelo with the least amount of juice, getting on things as possible. And I need room for the little cutting board anyway. So yeah, we'll get to the unboxing shortly though. Unpackaging, it's not really boxes, but So good, yeah, good to see you guys, Blueberry and Cereal. Hopefully you are all moved in, at least. I don't know, when do you become all moved in? I remember people kept saying that to me after I moved into this place, and I was like, oh no, it's gonna be a month, It's like a solid month before we really get settled, but I hope it's going well anyway. No pressure to get it finished. But I know it's always like so much work. But I know you should be out of your old place now. Correct? That's what I remember you saying. Okay, so shuffle here. I did add a few more Johnny Bailey songs. He put out a new EP, but it's really just like three more songs. So if you see any with titles you don't recognize, that they're like G1, G2, and G3 or something like that, that's off of his new EP that he did for another streamer, his friend DJD. But we're all allowed to use it. At least I hope so. You're pretty much moved in and fully out of the old place. A few things are left to unpack. Well, if you only have a few things, you're doing a lot better than we did. Of course, I got really sick like shortly after moving in here, and we were completely out of commission. Like we both got it, and we were sick for like a week, and then there was another week where things were going really slow. And, of course, we're still trying to work. So that really put a dent in things. But we had a lot of furniture that we had to build slash reassemble from our old place because all of our stuff comes apart, which was key to getting it up here. And books, yeah, we cut down on the books, but yeah, there was just stuff like that. If that's all you got, though, you're doing great. Because we decided to paint our bed frame, and so it didn't get done for quite a while. We're like, we can't put it back, but until we paint it, or put it back together and then paint it and then install it. No, paint it and then put it back together and then paint it some more and then install it and then put the bed on. Anyway, it was a whole thing, and that really delayed stuff. So if you're not doing anything intensive like that, then it's probably going a little faster for you. Okay, I have shuffled. Ooh, this one. Haven't pulled this in a long time, and I'm interested in why it's upside down. Let me put the other cards away. It's the vulture. And asphodel. Oh, upheaval. Oh, joy. Okay. When have I not pulled cards like this, saying, prepare for a hard time ahead? Enough already. All right, I'm going to turn it over so that we can look at it. It is number 14. I have had this one before on the stream, but it's been a while. So let me set her down just for a second. I know there's a lot of things about vultures that people don't really understand, but there we are. And I have never heard of the flower called asphodel, so other than here. Okay, so here's the meaning. Upheaval. The vulture in asphodel indicates an unforeseen upheaval leading to grief, mourning, or regret. The vulture is often associated with death, but it plays an important role in our ecosystem. Its consumption of carrion prevents the spread of disease. Relatedly, in Greek myth, asphodel was said to grow in the underworld, and to the Victorians, it sent the tragic message, "My regrets follow you to the grave." Often what follows upheaval looks like ruin, and it's tempting to clear the rubble and start again. The vulture in asphodel reminds us that there is value in what's been lost. Take time to grieve before you rebuild, lest you harbor regret. And this was reversed when we drew it, which could mean you may be feeling trapped in a cycle of grief, unable to heal or change. If you're overwhelmed, consult with others who can help you identify the source or sources of your unresolved pain. It's impossible to clean a wound we don't know we have. How do I experience grief, and how do I redefine myself after an upheaval? I am going to dedicate this one to the states that are having the hurricane situation right now, because I am sure that there's a lot of upheaval and some grief. And I'm going to put it over here for now. It may not be quite visible, fully visible, but I'm going to put it over here while we do our fruit cutting. Oh, hey, Crow, welcome in. You're so exhausted because yesterday you went to a band competition and all the bands did amazing. Oh, that's neat. That sounds awesome. I used to really enjoy that sort of thing. I was in a band, I was in a drum and bugle corps, and it's so amazing watching people work together and make the amazing music and all of that stuff. So good to see you, even if you're tired. Okay, yeah, so before we get to the tea part, let's get to the fruit. So here's the pomelo that I bought yesterday. We've been getting back into our old habit of going to our Chinatown. Oops. I just banged into my... You know what? Hang on a second. I'm going to switch my waste bowl to the other side so that I'm not constantly banging into it. Oh, thanks for the honk, Crow. Nice to see you again. So yeah, we've been really good about shopping down there every couple of weeks. and picking up fresh fruits and vegetables, especially vegetables, but not in such large quantities as Costco, which leaves us, sometimes struggling to use everything. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here. There we go. And so just to get that little bag of papaya salad or that little one bunch of mint, which I've really been enjoying, or that one bunch of basil for $1. It's really, making us have fresher, healthier foods. And so, in fact, tonight I'm going to make papaya salad after stream, and that'll be my dinner and my lunch tomorrow, too. I don't have it here to show you. It's in my fridge, but you can buy in one of the, little vegetable stalls, you can buy a bag of pre-shredded papaya and just a tiny bit of carrot for color. And, it's green papaya, and then I can easily make papaya salad with that. Especially if I picked up some mint or Thai basil in the same shop. And I always have like little cherry tomatoes. So and I've got all the other ingredients are pretty. Oh, I forgot to buy a lime though. I'll have to use lemon juice. I forgot to buy a lime. But anyways, it's such a great dinner for me with, my gut being the way it is. And then, it doesn't keep the best, but it keeps well enough to bring some of it for lunch the next day. And it's just awesome. And it doesn't take that long to make, really. So anyway, long story short, and we also went to that vegan Vietnamese restaurant again that I'm just like obsessed with now. And we got these again. So these are the big, this one I think we decided is basically a giant lavash. And then this one has the really thin banana slices embedded in it. And Mr. Oolong really, really preferred this one. It has a mysterious, slightly smoky flavor that I can't really place. But anyway, he loves that one. I love this one much more. So we picked those up after our lunch yesterday. I was not feeling well again yesterday. So sometimes I don't advertise for, put out the Instagram story or anything for stream if I'm actually not sure that I'm going to be able to stream the next day. So yesterday was kind of a migraine type day. And anyway, after I finally got a little better and my stomach got straightened out a little bit, I said, do we still have time to go down to Chinatown to get some of that life-giving soup? And since the restaurant doesn't close until 3, we did make it. And I was able to pick up, it was the fastest beeline to the vegetable shop you ever saw. Right out of the parked car, we're like, let's go. And we got there just as they were packing up and trying to close. But, I got my little things, my papaya salad, my herbs. They had these pomelos outside, right out the front, picked that up, just forgot the lime. And then we went and had lunch, and, it all worked out okay. I did not go do things for my car that I meant to do, like get it washed and vacuumed and the safety check done. But I'm going to have to just do that during the week. Yeah. Thanks, you guys. Yeah, it's very challenging. I had a stressful week, I won't lie. And I noticed, is it just me, but do you guys notice your forehead muscles just getting tighter and tighter when you worry about things? And I really think that that's probably what gave me a headache. And then around the back of my neck as well. Also my jaw. So by the end of the week, my face was just I don't know. It was somewhere between as hard as a statue and as tight as a rubber band. And there were lots of evenings during the week that I went to bed and I was like, okay, just relax your face, relax your jaw. But, I have wrinkles that I didn't even have before on my forehead now. They're just new. So I am just doing my best here. But the good news is we have a new staff member starting tomorrow. Fingers crossed that she does show up, but she will be working directly with me as my manager, and things will be getting easier again. So, yay. Yeah, and this is somebody with actual experience in the duties of the job. She's done it before at a previous job, actually above the levels of what we're going to be asking. This will be easy for her, is what I'm saying. So there should be very little training required. I'm really excited about it. But yeah, it's just been tough. Also, I did get some good news that I guess it's okay to share this here. I don't know. You guys don't know exactly where I work, but I am in charge of soliciting grants, and we were awarded a $200,000 grant that I had worked on a few weeks ago. The one that I think I was complaining that I had to do all in one day, and I finally got it in at 8:30 that night after like a 12-hour day of working on it. And I really thought that was a long shot. And we were just like, I don't know, if we get it, great. But if not, like we need to do better, right? And yeah, so yesterday I found out we were awarded that. So, that makes me feel a little bit better about what I do. Yeah, thank you. So that's big. That's big because I'm supposed to be doing that all the time. And I just, I don't always have the ability to do my job properly. Anyway, pomelo. So they had these pomelos outside, and I was like, oh, I want one. I'm just going to grab it. So how much did I spend for this pomelo? Here you go. They were all marked. So it was $3.50, which is actually reasonable. This was on the smaller side. So I thought I would just cut it. And I'm not sure what you guys would prefer. I know that like Cereal and Blueberry have seen me do this before. And then some of you have not. So I'm wondering if anyone cares whether I just start peeling it and peel off all the very large amounts of pith until we get down to the little, orange size, grapefruit size pomelo that's inside. Or if I should cut it in half so that you guys can actually see what it looks like in the middle, like the ratio of fruit to peel. I'm kind of leaning towards that because I don't know what color this is. I have no idea whether I got a white pomelo or a pink one. So I'm happy to do either. I'm definitely going to eat some. Doesn't matter. You want to see it half? Okay. It'll make it a little harder for me to peel, but that's okay. And I sharpened my knife. You want to see it halfway? Okay. So, as a compromise, I'm going to cut it halfway, but on the vertical. On the horizontal would be like a cooler way to look at it, but that I think would make it very difficult for me to peel it because then, I'll just be like trying to peel this halfway. So I'm going to cut it, lengthwise, I guess you would say. Not around the equator, but down this way, longitudinally. And that way I can still peel it well. But we'll get to see it first. So here we go. Ugh. It's kind of like a pith helmet. I think I've mentioned that before. It smells so amazing. The emote. I am battling it just a little bit, but I even sharpened my samurai knife before stream because it was getting slightly dull. You guys have seen this before. It's not really a samurai knife, and it's not really folded steel, but it's actually a really nice knife. But I did hone it. Oh, it's almost like it's half pink. And it doesn't have as much peel as I expected. And yeah, it does look a little bit insectile in the middle, but that's just the, fruit escaping out of the sections. So yeah, all right. Well, let me put half of it aside in the bowl over here, where it can be the display for the rest of stream whenever we clear some of this off, I guess. All right, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and cut it in quarters now since I've done that, and then peel it that way. Chop, chop. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful and it smells amazing. It's like, I mean, the closest thing I can relate it to is grapefruit. It smells like grapefruit. Let me get a paper towel in here and start just sort of wiping juice off of things. So I'm not spreading juice everywhere. Normally, of course, I'd just run this over the sink. All right. Knife number 2. And I do keep all my knives in these little guards because we keep them in a drawer. Well, we do have a magnetic knife rack on the wall, which is one of my favorite things, but it doesn't really have knives on it. It has like tongs and a little cheese grater and a couple of like old worn out knives that we use more for opening packages and that sort of thing. So the good knives don't go on there because, well, just because. So I have a whole drawer of the good knives, and they all have the guards on the blades because they're all in there in one drawer, kind of together, you know. So every one of them has a blade. Plus, when you stick your hand in there, you're safe. You still never had pomelo? Yeah, this really just looks like a grapefruit, doesn't it? But it's got, pomelo has an extra element to it that's more floral, I guess is what I want to say. Yeah. The flesh is also more dry. Like, it tastes amazing, but the as you'll probably see as I'm cutting this, that not a lot of juice comes like running out of it or anything. I'm also being a little bit careful about how I'm cutting it. So I know I've mentioned this before and I've even had on stream, but you can make like candied fruit peel out of this because there's so much. It would be a huge waste to not use this in some way. And frankly, the oil on the skin is like the most amazing smell, you know, more so than the fruit, I think. So, oh, my knife is like, I just sharpened it before stream, so it's wonderful. I was gonna say it's super sharp. It's not like, I don't mean in a dangerous way, but I mean like it's biting right into the peel and it's just making this really easy. Easier than I expected. I don't have to press as much as I thought, which is, when you have a sharp knife, that's pretty much how that works. Oh, let's go this way. So just keeping my fingers back. I'm not even like cutting in as deep as I should. So the reason I felt like having this is not only is it just, you know, I'm starting to see them show up in the markets and it's seasonal, but it's also, it's a really traditional thing that you see for the mid-autumn, for the autumn, what is it called? Mid-Autumn Festival. So along with the mooncakes, there's usually pomelos out on the, you know, home altars or in the businesses. Like the Vietnamese restaurant we went to yesterday had like a whole, I don't know, stack of pomelos, you know, along with their little, you know, actually, I'm not quite sure what religion they are. But anyway, they had a, you know, store altar and it had a whole stack of pomelos. And the previous time I was in there, they were selling mooncakes, you know, so they just kind of go together. It's just kind of a fall decoration. But then I also started seeing them, you know, for sale in the farmers market stalls, and they just were looking more and more, you know, in season and good, as opposed to like, I can buy one, but it's not going to be very good. 91% steeped. And cereals is 55. Finally being recognized for my steepness in my time. I've maybe had like 2 cups of tea this week. I don't even know how steeped I am right now. I'll go ahead and check it out with my juicy fingers here. $56? That's fair. That is fair. I had some tea with breakfast, but not very much because I didn't want to be, overly steeped for lunch, for stream. And I did eat lunch, so we're all good there. So I thought I'd bring out one of my very favorite oolongs, and like I said, and just drink it. Oh, and it's the one I make in the Carlac pot. And just drink it regardless of the weather. Just regardless. Without regard for the weather. There's finally pumpkin creamer in store, so I've been drinking mostly coffee. Oh, is that important to you? To have that pumpkin creamer? I can't even imagine what that tastes like. Is there really pumpkin in it, or is it just the spice part of the pumpkin spice? Okay, so we're getting a lot of this off. I'd probably be doing this faster if I wasn't chatting so much. But it's kind of meditative, actually. I'm just kind of like pruning it down to where the actual fruit is. And again, you probably can notice there's no like juice running out onto the board or anything. Also, part of that is my knife is so sharp that it's not like crushing the fruit at all. It's just being very, very slicey. So yeah, between the whole, not feeling well thing and just really enjoying that restaurant, I've sort of become newly obsessed with soup again. And that's going to work when the weather gets a little cooler anyway, too. And I think we might have realized yesterday that the soup that I love so much at that restaurant might be from a mix. And, I don't hold it against them. Those people work really hard in that restaurant. I have gotten a glimpse into their kitchen, and they are, and there's a lot of fresh veggies and stuff that they serve along with their, oh my God, the noodles I had yesterday, perfectly cooked. Beautiful. But anyways, every time I go in there, I'm like, what is this? And how do I make it / get some? Because this is life-giving soup. And he started doing research, and he figured out there is a Vietnamese brand of vegetarian, well, they're not all vegetarian, but they're clearly labeled soup broth mixes. And they come, it's like $10, and they come in a container that makes 2 gallons at a time. Not that I would, but we are totally going to try them. And they are sold in our Chinatown area. You can also buy some of them on Amazon, but they don't have all of them. But I'm so glad he decided to check that out for me, because we're always looking for things I can, eat comfortably and then get a good night's sleep. And, soup or broth-based meals is definitely one of those things. Okay, I'm starting to get to the fruit here. And you can kind of see that it's very... each one of these is juicy inside, but they're not releasing a lot of juice. Can you see that? Get up in there. You love pumpkin stuff? I don't really get coffee out and about very much since I don't commute. That's right. An Aldi generic brand creamer is very cheap. You think you're going to get into making your own tom kha soup? Mm-hmm. Well, I've seen recipes for vegetarian pho. And making that broth, making like pho broth is a very time-consuming process. And I haven't seen recipes for vegetarian one. It's usually beef-based. So I've been kind of at a loss for, how to make this for myself. I was, during the pandemic, and the sort of more real onset of my stomach problems, I was regularly making Korean vegetable stock, and it was great. And I would just keep it in the freezer, and then I know I've told you guys this before, and then I would just have that in there, and it would be great if I wanted to make like like a ramen type meal, but with rice noodles. And you don't always get the broth packets, or I don't like them, or they're too salty or whatever. So just pulling that out, or even just putting a little bit of rice into it, and so delicious. I never got tired of it. I'm trying to remember what the ingredients were, but I can point you in a direction if you're interested. It's not difficult at all. It's super easy, but you need kombu seaweed, onions, green onions. I think you could also use like leeks if you have them. Cabbage. I can't remember if there's carrot in it or not. But really basic stuff. Mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, dried ones. And you just boil it, for an hour. It's like you boil it for half an hour at this temperature, and then you turn it up or down, I forget, and you boil it for another half an hour, and it makes like a beautiful golden colored stock, and so good. So I was doing that for years, and I just kind of got away from it. Also, I think our new freezer might be smaller than our old freezer that we had, and I got busier and busier at work also. I don't know. I'm just making excuses for why I don't do it anymore. So when you go to open this, when you go to peel these membranes are also stronger than an orange or a grapefruit. They're very, very strong, very fibrous. I'm going to go ahead and just eat the fruit off of this. But you can see once you get these membranes off, like you can just peel what are these little fruiticles called here? There's a word for these little, and there are some, kind of more gourmet dishes or whatever that separate these out and put them on a salad or whatever. So these can all be separated from each other. I just don't remember what this is called. They're not pomegranate seeds, but you get the idea. Like each of these little cells can be like pulled apart, and you can put them in a salad or something. And then you're just left with like this, membrane here. Oop, a couple more stuck to it. This isn't the sweetest one I've ever had, but I always enjoy it. There's some bitterness to it, like a grapefruit. It's true. I get as much enjoyment out of having these in the house and just smelling them, sitting on your counter, or even perfuming the whole inside of your refrigerator, as I do actually cutting them up and eating them. Here's a really great one. It just popped off. So you kind of see these. If anybody knows the botanical term for this, let me know. But all the juice is inside each one of those. All right, let me separate a couple more pieces. And of course, I'm realizing now I might have to go wash my hands briefly. Or I could probably separate the whole half of it while we're chatting. Yeah, so what else is going on? I'm just pulling this off. You can hear it's kind of tough, right? I don't know if you could hear that sort of peeling noise. It's a very large citrus section, that's for sure. So what I'm going to do with these is just get these peeled or separated or whatever you call it, and then put them back in the bowl with the other one. All right, we have one last one, and it's all surrounded by the really tough skin. I don't know if you can hear that ASMR, but it's really tough. So I'm going to try to find a safe way to get into this now. Maybe I can unzip it from this end. That usually works. Oh yeah. I think. I just cut off the skinny end and now I have... Oh, yeah. So now I can start peeling these off. You know what this reminds me of? Oh, it's been so long I haven't eaten meat for decades. But you guys ever cutting up meat and then there's a kind of skin that's called silver skin? And it's not fat and it's just like a really tough membrane. Or I think some fishes have them too sometimes. That's what this membrane reminds me of. It's like too tough to eat. There's no way you're going to eat that. So cutting these up in some ways is kind of like owning a fish, I guess. Oh, this would go really well in my papaya salad. I was just being sad that I forgot to buy a lime yesterday in my mad rush. And I do have lemon juice. But actually just putting some of these in the papaya salad would be amazing. Oh yeah, chicken breast, right. For the first time in ages last week. Yeah, it's that white silver skin or whatever they call that. It's that separating that is what that membrane feels like. Also, after I get this peeled, I'll show you how much stuff I have in my waste bowl there. Okay, I'm having more success this time just going around the pomelo and just getting a big piece of peel off. Now that I kind of know the size, what's inside here. There we go. Oops. Cut a little too deep on that one, see? I'm gonna eat that. Nothing's gonna go to waste. Or the fruit part isn't gonna go to waste, I mean. That's actually kind of a nice shot of the grapefruitiness of it. Oh, my sister's playing Cult of the Lamb for the first time and she can't put it down. Yeah, it's so hard to put down. I haven't really talked to you guys about it for a while, but I did kind of start up again for a week or two, just for like, since things at work have been really stressful. Sometimes I don't want to invest the time or energy into playing Baldur's Gate and making those decisions and stuff, you know, or having the fights. And I mean, not that you don't have fights in Cult of the Lamb, but the new content is so fun. And I guess I did mention that because I told you we tried to play it two-player, multiplayer, and that didn't work for me. But I still kept playing it on my own. And it's really hard to stop. Because like every thing you're doing, it's like, okay, well next now, or oops, now it's the next day, let's go have another sermon. Like it's just impossible to put down. So I agree. But I mean, you're also having fun. It's not, I don't find it, except for maybe the sermon and stuff, I don't find it to be kind of a grind, you know. Especially once you get your cult members to start doing the farming and stuff for you. It's been cool to watch her play and see what kind of cult she makes. Yeah, that's always fun too. All right, I'm gonna try to see if I can peel this apart at all. We're almost there, unboxing soon, I promise. Oops. This does crack me up a little bit though. It's like the fruit is like bursting out of the, you can see all those little, I just still can't remember what these things are called. All those little individual juice cells. See if I can get in between these two parts. Yep, I can. You can kind of hear it coming apart. Okay, some juice. I did squeeze out a little hard and some juice came out. And there we go. So tasty. So my two mooncakes that you see over on the right side by my picture there is the bigger one was called mixed nuts. I got those at a different vegetarian restaurant at the Taiwanese Buddhist vegetarian restaurant in downtown Honolulu, not Chinatown. Last weekend, managed to get in there and get some before they were all gone. So the bigger one is called, they had labeled it as mixed nuts. And the smaller one had a label on it that said dates, which is pretty accurate. It's giving nether brain. Yeah, I was trying to say that. But it's like the tentacles are escaping the pod. Whoa. Yeah, it is kind of, huh? Good thing it's not dark red or something. It's just fruit. Looked at this way, it's kind of less creepy, right? It's just a lovely, lovely fruit. Anyway, so the mixed nuts mooncake there has a lot going on. I would call it, it's more like, or did I just call it a fruit cake? It's a mooncake, and I was gonna say that it reminds me a little bit of fruit cake in the density of it. And the sort of mix of like dried fruit and nuts and stuff. But it's also oddly savory. Like when I smelled it, and also when I unwrapped it today and put it on the plate, you know, I'm like, what is that? Does this thing have onion in it? Garlic? Like, what is it? So there's some kind of, I think it's just a spice. But it's got a savory note to it. Like if I didn't know that it was sold by a vegetarian shop, I would say, oh my God, this is a mince pie. I got something with meat or suet. It kind of has that vibe to it. I also asked them if it had eggs, and they said no, because I don't like the, I just can't get used to, I don't care for the duck egg yolks that are in a lot of mooncakes and that are considered very desirable. I just don't like them. So they sort of laughingly told me, no, there's no eggs, don't worry. So I just can't figure out what it is. Whoops. Just peeled that apart. I'm eating all my mistakes. Okay, last piece. I just basically need to peel this out of here from the open side. There we go. And I know some of you all have seen me do this before, and you can actually cut into the full pomelo if you just peel the whole thing, and then you have basically like grapefruit. And you can cut in between these and just release each section here, and then you end up with all of these, and it's almost like pages of a book, like they're still attached in the center. But we already cut it apart, so we've got each piece. Okay, just trimming this off a little bit and we'll be done. And I know $3 or $4 seems like kind of expensive for these, but you actually get a fair amount of fruit out of them, even in spite of all the peel. And again, resourceful people probably can use the peel for something. But even if you don't, this is half of it right here. I'm gonna put my knife aside for now. Oh, so sticky. But I'm gonna keep that available for cutting the mooncakes in a little while. Okay, so this is the half of a pomelo all trimmed out. I'm sure the quality is great and there are plenty of things that are pricier. Yeah, I mean, you know, fruit can be expensive and this is very fresh. Yeah, it's a local one. How can I get this all to fit in this bowl? Maybe like this. And then these guys all in here. I just love the little blushy, you can kind of see it. Oh, there's a good shot. It's kind of yellow, but it's also kind of pink. It's in between. I love that. The truly pink ones are pretty striking. But this is really neat because it's a, I don't know. I'd call it a rosé pomelo or a champagne pomelo, perhaps. Gorgeous. I'm just arranging this so that when I want to grab a piece to eat it, it's like easy. I'll put the little pieces on top, and there we have it. So you can see that's a lot of fruit, and that's just half of it. And now I'm going to take the shortest of breaks just to go wash my hands. I can take the cutting board away at this point, since we've done that. And I will be just right back. Okay, we're back. Hands washed, knife rinsed, and fruit ready to go. And then also, I didn't take this to the kitchen yet, but this is how much I got off of just that half of a pomelo. So yeah, there's a lot of waste. Totally worth it though. Okay, that's kind of gonna off camera a little bit, so you won't be able to see it, but it'll be over here. Maybe I'll be able to shift the camera in a little while or something so that you can see that, but that's off there. And then we can, I can just do our little mini unboxing. So remember, how many times have I mentioned that getting these non-stick spoons would be a huge quality of life upgrade? They finally came in, and there's like a whole story behind it as well, where I had given up on receiving them. gotten a lot of messages that they were on the way, and then it was through Amazon actually, but they were shipped from China, I think. Anyway, so I even contacted the seller because Amazon wouldn't give me a refund unless I contacted the seller, which I did, and I told them it had been like 6 weeks and I hadn't received them. And so anyway, bottom line is they did eventually come in, and I might have another set on the way because they said they would replace them. So here's what they are. They are, I just got 2. I ordered 2 more from AliExpress because I despaired over ever getting these. So I have 2 more coming from AliExpress, and then I might even have 2 more coming from Amazon. Unless the seller figured out that the package did eventually get delivered. So it's just like these spoons here that you've seen me using. They're kind of the flatter ones that fit in the cat paw shaped warmer, although they should fit on any wax melter. They're not the deep style, like this style here with permanently sooty on the back there. So it's a different shape. It's the flat shape. But yeah, now I have like 3 of this style, 2 of the deep style, and then 2 non-stick. Yeah. So I will be trying those out today. Very excited about this because this is probably kind of a game changer as far as how much paper towels, that I use to try to wipe off the wax and all of that. I mean, I know I have the spatulas. Oh, and then also that clear wax that we were using, that sort of transparent wax, was just, I kind of ruined 2 spoons with it. Like, it just wasn't coming off. Hey, thanks, Blueberry. Ta-da! I just could not get that clear wax off of the spoon. So I actually have a spoon here that's kind of just, ruined. It's not a big deal, but I cleaned it so hard the finish kind of came off, but some of the wax is still on there. It's like it just cannot be removed. I guess this one's not. So mostly just this one. But now I've got spoons that should release any kind of wax. So excited about that. In a way, they're kind of not as pretty because they're just black inside. So, I don't know. We'll see. With the clear wax, it'll probably be really hard to see what color anything is. So we'll see. It was a bit delayed, so you said I kind of ruined 2 spoons, and then it was like clap, clap. Yay, good job. Yeah, it was delayed, wasn't it? Okay, and then the other item that we're actually going to use today after I get the tea going is another stamp. It's kind of smaller than I expected. Let me put it on a handle so you can really see it. Well, get a load of this. So I discovered that I really like these irregular shape ones that aren't just a round or even a square shape, but a irregular shape. And so I immediately sort of set off looking for more of them, and this is the first one I found. So we're gonna make, and I have other cat theme stamps, so we're gonna make cat theme stamps after we get some tea going here. So yeah. All right. Last week, our other leaf strainer called it quits. I think very prematurely. These are not nearly as durable as the ones I had before, but I did have a spare, so I'm bringing that out. And then the tea that I wanted to make today, just because I feel like it would be really good with the snacks that we're having, is this. I think if I had to name like one favorite specialty tea, it would be this here. It's the High Mountain Heritage Wu Yi Oolong Tea. This is the one that I actually bought 2 different harvests of it, which I think was like 2 years in a row, and did a comparison tasting. And I'll be honest, I don't remember which one I liked better, but I just decided to try, today to go with the older one because usually the aging also brings out another dimension to it. So today we'll have the older of the two harvests. Oh my God, the smell when I just opened the bag and poured some out. Today is a day of excellent smells. Also, I have two fans blowing on me and a window open over the table. So I think like smells are like blowing all around. Some nice roast tea sounds too darn cozy. Yeah, exactly. And it also has like, it's got its own sort of dried fruit and nutty flavors to it. So, I mean, it's basically like liquid mooncake right here. So I just really wanted to have that. And here's the pot that I had sort of dedicated to this style of tea. It's a huge pot, so I probably won't make too many infusions of it. Huge. It's huge. Like it barely fits in one hand. Oh my God. But, you know, for gong fu tea, this is a share it with all your friends or your whole family pot. But I really wanted to use it. So I will be using that. Let me see if I can like shift the camera over just for now. You're probably going to see the microphone if I do that, but yeah, I remember when, yeah, well, especially when we named it Carlac, right? It's a favorite. Sorry, now the microphone's in here. Let me scoot that over. Okay. So at least you can see a little bit more of the tea setup. So we have that. And then I also have this, again, very, very cozy type pitcher made out of clay from Taiwan, which sort of really matches the whole vibe here. And then also made by that same artist. I've got the volcanic clay cup, or pumice clay. I can't say that it's volcanic. It's a pumice clay cup. So that's what's going on here. And the yew wood coaster, which I don't plan on getting wet today, but it does release a really amazing aroma. I forgot a tea pet though. I forgot a tea pet. It's supposed to sit right over here in this little lily pad. Maybe I can just reach back and grab one. Hang on a second. A little frog or something. No, a cat. What was I thinking? It's got to be a cat. It's like a lucky cat. It's a cat theme day. Yeah, yoink one. I just had to... I probably didn't even need to take off my headphones for that. Unfortunately, my profile picture is kind of blocking that. You guys don't get the full experience. Here's the full experience right here. Maybe I can just drag this into the center of the table for now. And so you'll kind of know what's happening, and then I'll push it back into its spot when we start doing wax sealing. This pot is almost too big for this little lily pad here, but we'll make it work. What about the opposite way? Yes. Okay. Perfect. Gosh, now that every time I say perfect, I think of that Instagram guy that I told you about, or actually I think he's probably a TikToker. Butterworth de Syrup, and he does these things with his kids now, or sometimes by himself, but mostly with his kids. And you know, they're imitating this style of video where this lady makes all these bizarre coffee drinks, and then at the end she goes, "Let's try it," and then she goes, "Perfect." And then he and his kids make some bizarre variation on that, and they go, "Not perfect." So now when I, say perfect, I think of that. Not perfect. They even have t-shirts that say "not perfect" on them. It is iconic. I showed you them, right? Did I show you them? I think I showed you the one with the cow. I can no longer remember what I've actually shared with you guys or just taken to Mr. Oolong and been like, hey, you gotta look at this. This is so fun. Then recently, the lady, who I just am not familiar with, but the one who makes the coffee drinks, she did like a reaction video of herself watching them do, it's like Inception, a video of her reacting to their video, making fun of, imitating her. Okay, this doesn't look like quite enough for this pot, so I'm gonna put it in here. And then the Butterworth, they reshared it on their channel, so I was like, it's a loop. It's a social media loop. But it was pretty darn funny because she clearly had a sense of humor about what she does. All right, I'm gonna add all of this. Clap on the lid. And now it's damp and warm in there because I warmed up the pot with hot water, and so soon we'll be getting the most amazing aromas out of here, which I'm sorry about, the Twitch still doesn't have smell-o-vision. But I'll just go ahead and make the first cup, here, and then carefully slide it back. See if I can find them. Let's see, they're on Instagram. I might be able to share this with you while we're kind of letting that just kind of warm up. Okay, Butterworth. Butterworth de syrup. Guy's name is Taylor Butterworth. Oh, it's not on their channel. It's just, it's only on her channel. Okay, I will show you one though. Let me just cue it up. And it does seem like she's doing it weirder to see what they do with it. It's like feeding off of each other. Okay, let's just do that real quick. It's just fun. And then we're also gonna have to just pause this music for a second. Maybe we can watch a couple of them because they are hilarious. And also, the guy's like the best dad ever. Well, the fun dad. Okay. I don't think it's a problem that I'm down in the corner here as far as the videos. So let's see if I can turn on the sound.
Huh. It's really quiet.
We're gonna have to let it start over.
Coconut milk.
Regular milk.
We'll probably have to play it twice.
Good job.
I don't know how she keeps a straight face.
Do I have any milk on my face?
Maybe on your mustache right there.
Eyes.
Eyes.
I did it!
I did one.
Coffee.
Coffee. I spilled. Whipped cream.
That was good.
That was good.
Strike.
Let's try it.
What are those, apples?
What do you
No.
Perfect.
think? Not perfect.
Apple.
Yeah,
Apple.
that was it. Let's see if I can find another one, and maybe we can listen to it from the beginning now. He also does all kinds of, he just imitates all these influencers. Like fashion shows. Oh, here's one with his little boy.
Watermelon.
Nada.
Watermelon.
Mint.
Grass.
Okay.
A lot of grass.
Orange.
Or.
Oh.
Oh.
Do it. Oh. Broke.
I think this is going to be not perfect.
Honey.
Strawberry ice.
Regular ice. We made them all in there.
Strawberry syrup.
We only have.
Strawberry.
Squeeze it. Okay.
Coffee.
Coffee. Let's try it.
Perfect.
Really
Not
not
perfect.
perfect.
Really
Oh,
not.
you went double? Nice.
Watermelon.
That was it.
Nada.
Watermelon.
Okay. Oh gosh. Really not perfect. Exactly. Oh, I'm on, where am I? For a second there, I was on Apex's channel. Let me go to my own stream manager. Okay, we're back. Also, her version sounds wild to add coffee. Yeah, well, I don't know the name of her channel. Otherwise, I would tell you who that is. But all of her things look like that. They're bizarre. They're like an avocado, or at this point, I think she's just cutting anything she can and just putting coffee inside it. But here's some ideas for you, Blueberry. Yeah. Okay, so oh wow. It is sort of really intoxicating in its yummy, roasty spiciness. That's the other thing I forgot to mention about this tea is it just also has like a spicy. So it's just like it's like a pastry in a pot. Okay, I'm gonna bring my water back up to temp a little bit. You found Butterworth to syrup? Yeah, he's a silly man. All right, I'm not going to rinse this tea because I do feel like, first of all, it's organic. I also don't want to waste any of it. Smash the follow button. You'll enjoy it. That's not the only thing he does. That happens to be the first thing I saw him doing. And he was just doing it himself, and then later he brought his kids in. And oh my gosh, it's so funny. Both of his children with their little mustaches. So then the reaction video that she did, whoever she is, she drew a mustache on her finger. And then when she was like watching them do it, she put the finger mustache on her lip to watch them. It's like she was imitating them, imitating her. It was good. It was good. But he also does like fashion parodies and other just weird things that influencers are out there doing. I think mostly on TikTok, and then they like repost it on Instagram. So you might be able to find him on TikTok as well. And then he's lately been doing a collab with a friend of his that has a cow, Bruce the cow. And I feel like I might have shown you guys that one, where they were trying to make sandwiches and they had a cow standing between them at the kitchen table. And it was quite disruptive. Hey, afternoon, Texas. How are you? Welcome in. I am just finally getting around to steeping the tea. I spent a while, chatting, but also cutting up half of this beautiful pomelo. So now I've got like a snack over there. And I'm just about to pour out my special tea here, which is really special. The High Mountain Heritage Wu Yi Oolong Tea. So this is Taiwanese tea, but it's a varietal that was originally from China and is still a very, very traditional Chinese, like one of the, trying to think of what they call them in China, the tribute teas or whatever, one of the big 10 special teas in China. Is the, well, Wu Yi is like a whole family of teas, but anyway, it's, oh, I made that really strong. So we're going to be sipping this in moderation. Easy for me to say, or making sure that I eat with it. I guess I can always add hot water. I did go a little bit crazy with the, oh my, yeah, I went a little crazy with the leaf amount. So just after one steep, it's not quite filling the teapot, but that's pretty standard though. It's just, I know it's going to make a very flavorful tea. Ah, so good. Really don't want to water that down. I really want to enjoy it just the way it is. It's actually not that strong. There's not like bitterness or astringency or anything where it's like, oh, it's too strong, it's just it's very full. That's the word I'm looking for. So I'm going to gently slide this back over. Maybe have a little piece of mooncake with it. And then we can like start working on the stamps, the cat stamps. We have cat stamps today. That can stay right there. Oh, that tea is just warm. It's just a warm feeling. Let's see how far I can. So I have rails over me that all my stuff is attached to, and you can probably hear it. I just slide things along the rails, the camera, the microphone. I think we're kind of back to where we want to be with this. Yeah. I think that's pretty good. So our unboxing today was non-stick spoons, very long awaited. Oh my gosh. And then also this cat paw wax seal. So gonna have some fun with that. But I also have other cat themed seals. I'm trying to think. I think I have 3 others, maybe. So we should have plenty to work with. Let me go ahead and open up this beautiful lavash stuff. I still don't really know what these are called. Look at the size on that. This time we didn't crack them. So this is the one with the bananas. This is like super thin slices of banana, like so thin, paper thin. And they probably were like dried banana. We were thinking that maybe they're, hard dried bananas sliced on a mandolin or something, but they're paper thin. And then they're somehow embedded on this cracker. And this cracker is kind of, it's not as crispy. Well, it's crunchy. It's a little bit sweet, but also oddly smoky. But it's not my favorite because it's more chewy when I chew it. I think that's also because of the banana slice. And it just gives the feeling of like that it's already absorbed the humidity here. And it's gone, it's not crunchy anymore. But you know, maybe it never was crunchy. But that's just sort of the general impression I get from it. But Mr. Oolong really loves that one. So I would definitely buy him that one. If I can have this whole one. Listen to this. Cardboard. I'm going to break a piece off, or maybe I should just break it in half. I hate breaking it, but that's the only way you can eat it. And it is covered with seeds. I really don't know what kind of seeds these are. They don't look like sesame seeds. Here we go. Oh man, that's the best. It's very light. I'm not quite sure what flour it's made of. It's almost like it's almost as light as if it was made from rice flour. But it tastes a little bit more like wheat than it does rice. So that's the crunchy snack. It's just out of camera range a little bit. Very crispy. Oop, I got crumbs in my tea. Okay. This tea is unbelievable. I mean, there's a reason why I think it's my favorite, like, ever oolong tea. When someone asks, like, oh, what's your very favorite tea? Like, this is the one that actually leaps to mind originally. But since it'd be pretty unusual for somebody to be familiar with this exact kind of tea, I don't usually name it. I usually say, oh, well, a nice, dark roasted oolong from Taiwan, just sort of in general terms. But this is really the best for me. Oh, I cut that a little thin, but I will show you what the mooncakes looks like. So this is the one that they called mixed nuts. And there are a lot of nuts and seeds going on in there, but there's also like dried pineapple and some other fruit. Maybe that's a fig. There was some red stuff in here that I think might be cranberries. And some little seeds. And it's in a nice kind of a thin pastry. It's not super... some of them can be a little bit... The pastry can be thicker to where it almost feels a little soggy. No. It's a little bit of everything. But not duck yolk, egg yolk, so thank goodness for that. And then this one here almost looks like a brownie, but it's made of dates. Oops. So it's like a date paste. That one pretty much tastes like what you would expect. The mixed nut one is spicy. I know I said this last week. It tastes like maybe it has Chinese 5-spice powder. So you get a little hint of like, oh, maybe that's cinnamon or something, but you also get a little hint of, is that Szechuan peppercorn? So it's quite interesting. Okay, making room. Making room for hobbies here. My grandmother used to make date nut loaf, but I think hers had a lot more sugar than that filling. Oh. Then this one. I'm going to go ahead and have a bite of this because I no longer remember exactly what it tastes like. I haven't had any since last week, but oops. But it really does taste like dates. Even the pastry's not very sweet. I should eat this one first because the other one, I think the other one really does have Szechuan peppercorns in it because it's lingering on my tongue. Ah, now I'm starting to taste this. It just took a little while. Yeah, it's sweet. It tastes like a stuffed date. You ever have those dates that just like have a nut stuffed in the middle of them? That's what that tastes like to me. Just like the date and the nut. Here was our card for today, which I am dedicating to the hurricane survivors on the East Coast or wherever. I haven't been tracking exactly everywhere that this hurricane has hit, but it sounds like it's really a disaster. I just probably can't have all of these things visible at the same time. No, not if we're going to zoom in and look at wax seals. Here, I'll adjust this a little bit. Oh, can almost kind of get it over here. You can see a little piece of it. Okay. Wow, such a good tea. Oh my goodness. All right. And it really does go well with all of the flavors in both of those mooncakes. I don't know how it's going to go with this pomelo, but this is going to be a great palate cleanser. Sure, it's fine. The tea doesn't have really any bitterness to it. Ooh, let's make the seals on this side. I cleaned all of these last week, can you tell? All of these silicones are looking a lot cleaner. You know, I didn't go back and melt the edges of this from last week. One of these days I'll get back to, you know, all of the seals that we made that I was like, oh, I'm going to decorate that later. All right, searching for my cat seals here in my box. This is my box of more special ones, so I think all the cat ones are going to be in here. So as I was mentioning earlier, I have a couple that are irregular shapes. So now this cat paw one is the third one. This little sword one was really fun to play with. Well, actually, so I already have 4 cat-themed seals. I don't know if you can see them. I have the cat in the window one, the cat on the moon, the cat on the bookshelf, and the 4, or however many cats that is, square full of cats. So I'll get all of those out. I doubt that we'll use all of those today, but I'll get them all out, get them ready. This company that made this, that had the cat paw one, it also is where I got these other 2. And it had this great cat in a wizard hat, but it sold out before I could get it. So I've got my eyes on that because that was a great irregular shaped one too. Like it was kind of the shape of the hat curling over. But before I could get there, it sold out. Oh, cats. That's what we're doing today. But yeah, let's focus on this, the cat paw. I need to light this candle over here. So I'll be learning along with you how this behaves, how much wax you need for it, because it is a little smaller. Just throw this on any handle so you can see. Here's like a standard size round one. So sort of technically they're almost the same size, but the paw one is going to need, I think, less wax. And then these other two are larger. So we have a lot to choose from here. And then I've also been learning that if I really like this handle, but if I put a new stamp on this handle, then I can't really see where I'm placing it because the handle kind of blocks my view. But I could use it on, one of the other ones I'm already familiar with. Hope that makes sense. Oh, I was about to light this candle, that's right. Also, I have a couple of fans blowing, so let's see how this candle reacts to whatever airflow that's happening, and I might have to adjust my fans a little bit because that was causing an issue last week with soot. Yeah, so it's trying to figure out where that blowing is happening that's causing problems for it. It's flickering a bit. Okay, other tools. Oop. I'll try this little spatula thing with the new spoons to see what works best. It's my understanding with these nonstick spoons, though, that you don't need to scoop the wax out. You can just let it harden in there and then pop it out later. So I look forward to that being the case. We'll find out. Even this type of wax. Okay, our pens, cutting mat, little scissors. I had ordered 3 more little bundles of these fish wax, and I finally had to give up and ask for a refund on those. They were just not going to come. Turns out when I really tracked them, they all got returned back to the seller. So right now, this is all the fish wax I have. Oh my gosh, we can use fish wax with our cat stamps. Oh my God, okay. Well, that's pretty much a must, isn't it? What was I saying before I got distracted? Oh yeah, but I had like 3 other bags like this with a variety of colors, and I had to. I used to work somewhat adjacent to shipping, and it's a hot mess all the time. Yeah, eventually I had to give up and contact the seller and say, can you please look into this? It's been like 8 weeks or something, and when you track it, it kind of looks like it was returned to you. And I believe that was the case. So I got a message from AliExpress later like, oh yes, confirming was returned to seller. or whatever you call it. And so then, only then did they give me refunds. Oh, hey, Erica, soaking in Epsom salts. Oh, have you been working hard? Yo, Erica works really hard. Oh, and you know what? Yes, thank you. I was just gonna ask for a shout out. Thank you very much. Right on top of it. Hope you're doing well, yo, Erica. Enjoy your soak. We're making cat paw wax stamps today. And drinking extremely cozy tea and eating mooncakes. There's so many awful shipping companies out there. I must say, I'd never heard of the company that they were using. So, you know, that might have been part of it. I was like, who is that? And although I really liked a lot of the things that one seller had to offer, I decided for now not to order anything else from them until they get their act straightened out, sadly, because I really wanted a few other things. But everything I had to get refunded was from the same seller. So my layout job is very physical. I'm earning union days, but boy, is it hard physically. Oh, take care, Erica. Okay. So I don't know. We're just going to try maybe a single color wax with this one just to kind of see what it does, to see how it works. Maybe we can use some of these various like brownish waxes that I don't use that much. 3 more, you only need 3 more days, then you can start the union application. Were all of their shipments from the same courier? Yeah, I think they were, Texas. Yeah. I think they were. So they ran into some problem. You know, it was really hard for me to tell because the tracking messages were so, well, cryptic. They were so vague. They were so, you know, if you were in the business, you'd probably understand them, but I was like, what does that mean? But the gist of it seemed to be that they were returned to the seller. But so what I do kind of blame, I guess is the word I'm trying to avoid, but what I do kind of wish that the seller had done, the shop had done, proactively would have been to offer me a refund or do something about it, right? Not wait until I waited like 6 weeks or 8 weeks and said, hey, what's going on with my package? So I basically had to complain to AliExpress, and then they you know, verified that. So that's the only thing, you know, if they picked a bum shipper and they didn't, you know, it didn't work out. But when you receive it back from the shipper, you know, you got to kind of think, oh, well, that means the person who already paid for this didn't receive it. What do we do now? Yeah, then your job is passing out snacks. And your paycheck will be an adult paycheck finally. I'm not sure what that means, but that sure sounds good. Okay, maybe I should start. Oh, this type of spoon doesn't rest on here as well. The handle wants to pull it off. Oh, there we go. I'll use this the wooden handle of the holder there. Okay, well, while that one is melting, I'm gonna start another one over here because that's gonna take longer. And we'll just try a couple of different cat paws. We don't have very cat paw-like colors in this selection, though. Maybe just go with some cute pinks or something. Or, oh, some white. And I'm also just learning how much wax I need for this. So we'll do 2 of those white. And then 1 of this sort of peachy pink. That should be good. Let's see what happens. 2-tone pink. Oh, if it's not enough wax, then I'll add another pink. Yeah, there's like 3-4 pinks in this selection. We did a lot of pinks last week. Let me just while we're melting here, I'll show you some of the things we did last week. This pink and this pink. We had this pink. This lavender. I'm not sure we did all of these last week, but I think we did. White for the fur, yeah. I could see orange, white, brown for a torty pot, yeah. So I'm thinking all that stuff. But I just want to see how this stamp behaves. And then we can have fun with colors. All right, so this one looks like it's, yeah, this is the sort of torty one right here. Although the brown is a little dark. But there's like a cream, a copper, and like a darker brown. And I am going to just set this spoon aside because it's a nonstick spoon and I want to see how that works with the wax hardening in it. Okay, so lesson number 1. I got to pour the wax out when it's hotter and stamp right away because we have got a very irregular blob shape going on here. I'll probably want to remelt that. Yummy and pretty. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure this was going to be up to my standards here. So this is what happens with some of these irregular shapes is that it just squishes out. Like I definitely poured a round pool of wax and then pressing it in there. Yeah, I'll do it on the, I'm going to do it on the silicone pad next so that it can flow better. Does Mr. Oolong get in on the wax stamping? No, not really, Erica. He's kind of probably bemused by the whole thing. The other thing is when the stamp is warm, it'll flow better. Well, the colors on this are super cute. So this could be, I could cut this out. I could cut all the weird blobs off. And then it'll just be a super cute shape. So I'm actually really pleased with the center. It just spread in a very strange color, a strange way, strange shapes. So yeah. And we like to look at the back of them here, just kind of see what happened there. So I'll cut that one. I'll just trim it down and it'll just be the shape of the paw. Okay. Try not to drink my tea too fast, but man, is it good. It is so, so good. Let me have another piece of pomelo while I'm waiting for the other wax to melt over there. Beautiful pomelo. So we're cooling this spoon to see what happens. Whether I can just pop that wax right out because I'm new to the ways of the non-stick spoon, but very excited about it. Let's see if I'm able to cut this with scissors or if I have to get out the little, hobby box cutter thing. Well, I think I can do the preliminary cutting with the scissors where I just cut off the blobs. Look at this, it's got like a little round blobs, like little wax pearls that came out. So yeah, Mr. Oolong is kind of a hobby person, like, or he's off and on with it, or his hobbies are very different from mine though. So he's actually really creative and likes to make things. He just made a new screen for our bathroom in the last few days, so he likes to work on stuff. I'm sure this wax seal thing is just kind of mystifying to him. I'll show him what I've made and I'm like, look how cool this is, and he's just like, yes dear, that one's cute. Ooh, it's kind of hard to know where the bottom of this design is, I just realized. I'm just gonna cut. Oh, there's sort of an edge there, but not where you'd really expect. So, okay, that's just a rough cut because I think our other wax is done now. Yeah. And now I'm gonna put these into the scrap wax bin. So this needs to be trimmed more around the little claws and stuff. So I'll kind of clean that up. But it's cute. I like it. But yeah, because of the irregular shape of this, and then also I guess the design just kind of, I don't know, it kind of goes off the edge here. I think we had enough wax, so that wasn't a problem at least. Oh, what if I put the pink part at the bottom here? That'd be cute. Okay. Gotta get the spoon to let go first. I didn't really center that one very well, so just learning. I'm learning right in front of you guys how all of this works. Okay, let's see if I can just... So this is cool now. And I'm gonna try to use my thumbnail so I don't scratch that. Yep, okay, that should just peel right off. Got the tongs. Can you see that? Wow, just lifted right out. That's a game changer right there. Oh my gosh, and the spoon is like perfectly clean. Oh, all right, I love that. Absolutely love that. So now my other spoon is over here cooling. Yay, only waited months for that. I'll only be using this type of spoon going forward. Just nibbling away at the underside of this. Ah, so crunchy. Although when I break it, like little crumbs kind of shower everywhere. All right, let's see how this one came out. Oh, even if I think it didn't come out good, it's so cute every time. Aw. It's just a cute stamp. It does kind of make the wax come out funny, you know, on the sides. Like it just kind of smushes it out oddly. So I might cut this one out too as I'm learning. So cute. But I guess it did come out a little easier with the silicone. Like it let the wax stay warm a little bit longer so it flowed better. So I'll probably be using the silicone for this. It's just super cute. This one's thinner than the other one, a little bit thinner. All right, let's have a little session where I cut these out. Oh, this is an empty spoon. It's just heating and heating there. And the only reason I'm really cutting this one out is that it's got like a weird potato chip edge where I moved the stamp after I started pressing it because I could tell that I was gonna have an area with no wax. So I kind of moved it. Let's see, let me get this underneath here. So these first couple we'll cut out. I need to cut them better with my little knife. This one's cutting easier than the other one too because it's thinner. And also, I think the quality of the wax might be higher. It just feels easier to work with all around. Like I can almost just like peel this apart. Okay. There we go. Pretty adorable. I was thinking, I don't know how it would work, but with the odd borderless ones, I wonder if you either had a small round. Oh, they do make those. Yeah, a small round mold to contain the wax or a surface with a round shape to pour into if that would help. They make those. Yeah, they do make those, Texas. I just don't have any, but it's worth looking into because I do seem to value that. Like it seems to bother me a little bit when they come out like all odd shaped, as you can tell. But you're right, they do make that. They make a couple of different styles. Oh, look at this just coming right out of here. This is fantastic. I made a little. All right. That's what I said, and then now it doesn't. There we go. It lifts right out. You just have to get a hold of it. They make a ring, almost like a ring that you would cut, that you would cook like an egg in it, you know, like a poached egg ring. They make those, but the ones I've seen are really large. Like, I don't know why your stamp needs to be like huge like this. So it takes so much wax to fill it up. And then especially for this, you just have this little tiny paw in the middle. So that wouldn't work too well. But they also make these ones that are like, it looks like it's for people who are trying to excuse me, assembly line them. Like, oh, I'm going to make a lot of these for wedding invitations or something like that. And it's almost like a muffin tray, but it's like a silicone little muffin tray. And then it just has all of these, you know. And those look like they're probably the right size. But I haven't bought one, so I can't say for sure. But I think that would be like kind of the better option there. All right, let's give me just a moment and I'm gonna cut these little guys out a little more precisely with my knife. And I know when I do this, it's like I have to kind of, because I take my glasses off, I have to kind of lower my head down here. So enjoy the back of enjoy my cowlick. But this shouldn't take long because I already cut most of the wax off. This reminds me how much I really need a haircut. Y'all are gonna see how long my hair is. I did upload another video to YouTube yesterday, so if you missed a couple weeks ago, I believe, it wasn't the one from last week, but the week before, the cold brew teas one. So if you missed that, you can watch it on YouTube. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with these after I cut them out. If we're going to try to put them into a, you know, another border. Maybe I can just shave these carefully, like, yeah, like with like a paring knife. Oh, that's easier. I hope nobody's like squeamish though. There we go. If I cut myself, I won't show it. But I don't think I'm going to. This is working okay. Just shaving it like a paring knife. These little details. Can you guys see? All right. If I put my elbows on the table. This is actually easier than cutting straight down on the mat for these little curvy details. Last little bit on this side. So close to done. After I'm done doing this, I have like little wax shavings all over the table, but then you know, we vacuum and it's fine. Okay, that one's done. This brown one is so adorable. It looks like a marbled chocolate. Kinda. Oh, Erica's gonna shower time. I'm glad that you're able to soak. We don't have a bathtub anymore. But I'm glad you're able to, because it really does help. But I'm sorry that, yeah, you got to do some physically demanding work in order to get to do the job you want to do. Okay, this is a little tougher, so I'm going to cut down on the mat. Safety first. I'm actually kind of praying right now that we don't get a raid while I'm doing this, because I will startle. Then I'll be like, ah! Okay. I also don't really feel like I can talk very much when my head is down, because I don't think my microphone really picks it up. Does it? Are you able to hear me when I'm talking down here? Up close, this really does look like some kind of fancy dark and white chocolate confection. It's fun. Here we go. That cleaned up nicely. Got to get all the little toes nice and clean. Cereal and Blueberry, how is your kitty cat adjusting to the move? I mean, not only moving into a new home, but also like getting the transportation getting there can be really tough for them. Okay. There we go. I like the way I cut the bottom of the brown one better than the pink one. It's kind of rounded, and the pink one I ended up kind of going straight across. There's even kind of a little bump in it there, but they're both awful cute. She's been amazing. She handled the long drive better than I did. That's cool. She's doing well. She loves the window because it overlooks a pond and some willow trees. Oh yeah, that would be nice. Plus, we moved in with my sister, so she has a chance to move out of our parents' place. And so she and Junie have been able to get to know one another. Oh, that's really nice. Oh, that's why you were saying you were watching your sister playing Cult of the Lamb. I get it now. Well, that all sounds nice. It's like nice to have family around. I am going to go ahead and try like a brown, orange, white combination. And be even more, you know, tortoiseshell about it. So let's see what we got here. Well, here's an orange. There's a couple of orange, though. I think this orange is more tortoiseshell cat than this orange. Well, I don't know. This one's kind of cute. Well, let's go with the brown first and see. I don't have a lot of brown wax, but I do have the one that we use there. I have these different shades. I think this is still probably the best brown looking. So which orange goes better with that brown? This one or this one? I think the one I thought, yeah. So here's the orange that goes with it. Oh, and then this brown, this is like you guys probably can't see these colors when I just show you in front of the whole box, but this is kind of a, more of a ruddy brown. That's probably more of the tortoiseshell color right there. And then the white, which on a tortoiseshell isn't necessarily white, but can be cream. You thought you mentioned it? You know, maybe you did. It's quite possible that you did, and I spaced it. So I have definitely had a lot on my mind. I would not be at all surprised if you said it and I forgot it. Oh yeah, there's some oranges. Well, none of these are really the right color orange over here either. But I think I'm going to add another piece of white just to kind of bulk this out a little bit and just make sure that there's really enough wax. Serial, her sister and I worked / lived at summer camp together a number of years ago, so we knew we'd be good roommates. Oh, that's really great that you've already tried it, or that, you know, you've had that experience. Because just moving to another state and you're not sure, that would have been like a pretty big risk, huh? That's awesome. I'm glad. You know, I'm not going to need these spatulas and things for removing the wax so much. I just move those to the side because I probably won't need them at all. I'll just leave one out just in case. We vibe. That's awesome. Okay, looks like we have some melty calico colors. Let me go ahead and bring this down here and we'll pour it. It's been great so far. We're all pretty chill people with similar habits, and so it's been nice. Yeah, so sometimes it's not even like the interests that you have, but like what time you get up and that type of thing, right? How you spend your time. Oh my gosh, this is going to be the best calico. I shouldn't have swirled it so much. I should have just left it like just blobs of color. Because that's kind of how calico cats are. But even so, I think this is going to be a really good one. It's helped me to have better sleeping habits. Oh, that sounds good too. So even another benefit, right? So here's our color mix for this one. Although, like I said, I think it might have gotten a little bit mixed together. But that does kind of remind me of a calico cat, doesn't it? She gets up so early for work, and I want to be up to say bye, and so I've just been staying awake after. Oh, good for you. I mean, that'll probably be good for you. Yeah, so this color combination, I think I kind of nailed it a little bit for a calico cat. That orange is maybe a little bit orange, but the other colors are fun. Kind of good. All right, let's see what we got here. Oh, it's still warm. Give it another second. I can start melting another color combination here. And then also I need more tea. Although I'm dying to see how this turned out. Okay, I think it's ready to release. Oh, we got mostly the white, and the colors just smooshed out to the sides. Man, you just never know. Look at all the white. Let me turn it over. This is where our cat is. Our calico cat is on the back here. I am not very good at the, placing everything in the spoon so that it pours out in a certain order or whatever, but it's cute. I kind of want to make this again. I mean, not with make another one like it. Yeah, it's Torty on the back. It's white cat on the front, Torty butt on the back, right? So I'm gonna make one that looks like this on the front, if I can. But I'm happy enough with the shape. We got a little, it's not a gap here. It's a full part of the design, but you can see that it still squishes out like awkwardly. Also, the white is a very pearly white. So I don't know if that's coming through the camera, but it's very, very beautiful pearly white. So let me see if I can find those same colors again. I would just like to do another one. Oh, well, what do you know? I've got some of them right here. Still in the spoon. We can use that again. Okay, the orange was definitely this orange here because I agonized over it. Put that there. Butterscotch, vanilla, and chocolate. Yeah. And the white was, I believe it was this pearly white here. Yeah. Okay, I think I got this. It was this pearly white. We were kind of chatting, so I got to remember what I did. And then there was this sort of gold, right? No, it was this sort of ruddy, because I remember commenting that it was like a ruddy color. And then we had a brown. The brown was this brown here. I don't think it was the super dark brown. Nope. Okay, we got it. We're going to duplicate that. And this time I'm going to try maybe not to pour the white over the top. Maybe. Who knows if I can even control that, but let's see what happens. I tell my tortie she's made of chocolate and peanut butter. Oh, how sweet. That's so fun. Okay, while that's melting, I have to turn my water kettle back on because it went off. It turned off. So let's reheat some water and make a little more tea. First in is on the top. That's right. I already had some other stuff in the bottom of the spoon, so that'll be interesting to see what we get. The thing is, I'm putting them in side by side. I'm not putting one underneath the rest, so that's why I'm kind of confused, but it's when you pour it out, I guess it's away from the spout is what's going to be on the top. So we're going to have a lot of orange on the top of this one, I think. That's my prediction. Let's see if I'm right. I know you guys can't see this. I'm pouring the last little leftover tea over my cat tea pet. And we're gonna, I think you can kind of see this off to the right. I'm putting more water in my pot over here. Can you see it? Lid goes on. I'll swap that so you can see the pitcher when it's time to pour. Barely. Barely. Let's scoot this. Oh yeah, you don't need to see all my tools and stuff over to the side. Oh, and then there's my microphone. Okay, better. It's a little bit of... Oh yeah, you definitely didn't need to see my scissors and spatulas laying around over there. This is better, right? Let's have a little bit of adjusting to get everything in. Okay, I believe it's time to pour already based on the strength of the first infusion. First very delicious infusion, though. I regret nothing. There we are. It's the coziest of all teas. There's that beauty. It's not as dark as the first infusion, I think, because I cut it off pretty quick. Oh my gosh, so good. Okay, here we go. Also, I'm gonna pour it on this stone and silicone combination because it's really solid. All right, here's the wax. It looks fun. Maybe I can pour it like sideways. Yeah. All right. Oh, this is gonna be good. And I'm gonna not like marbleize it. Just gonna leave it like that. In we go with the stamp. I think we're gonna be super happy with this one. Also, the shape of the wax on the outside is, you gotta be careful not to rock the stamp too much. It's a full blob. This is a little learning curve, you know? I can't stop eating this addictive thing here. We'll call it lavash, sure. So crunchy. Okay, just waiting another minute to make sure it is fully solid. But I think, yeah, we're good to go. Oh, it's everything I wanted. It doesn't have the white now, but I don't care. It's a tortoiseshell and not a calico. But it didn't marble or anything, but it's fine. I can't get that really cute rust color, I guess I would call it, or copper color. I can't seem to get that to be like prominent. You see that? But that's okay. Fun. It's a milk chocolate butterscotch cat paw. And I'm really happy with the I don't know what you call it, border. The border. It's like complete and it's fairly roundish. Yeah, hooray. All right, well, since we've been doing that now, I think what I'm gonna do is take the same spoon again. Oh, I'm gonna remove the wax from the outside of it that's dripped because I can just peel that right off with my fingernail and it's gone. And I'm gonna take this leftover tortoiseshell wax and make a border for this paw here. But since this one's already like very marbled, I might just go ahead and stir this wax together and just get a color, you know. You like the bubbly texture on the edge. Yeah. That's what I was not sure about with these irregular shaped stamps. They really make some interesting they make the wax flow in interesting ways when you press them. Okay, so for this one here, I'm gonna try even harder. I'm gonna try again to get some of that doggone like copper color in there. Although there's some here already. Oh, let's go with a couple of these light brown. I'm not sure how much wax we need for this. I'll stick it back into the stamp and see how it, you know, how it feels. It wasn't meant to be super thin, so it's not super thin. It's just sort of the regular thickness. The common wisdom is you should put it on a darker background than what it is, but this is already a darker color, so like how much darker? We could put it on a black background. I actually have black wax. I never seem to use it. Oh, there's this really nice dark chocolate brown. But again, we already have that going on, so I kind of feel like it'll just be a mud altogether if I do that. So let's see what else I have that could work. There's like a burgundy color that I'm really tempted by, but we already have orange in here, so we're not gonna do that. Ew. What I think I'd like to do is stir this together and see what color it's shaping up to be. And then just, you know, adjust it. Oh, it's turning out to be a weird mud/mustard color. Okay. Oh, I have the scrap wax from making the original paw. Wish I'd thought of that earlier. We'll get those in there. That'll make it more brown again. We'll definitely not put the pink in there. So hopefully that'll turn out to be some kind of brown and not whatever this was. It's a weird kind of orangey. keep reaching for this pomelo because it is so good. It's just, you can, and because of, you know, the way the structure of the fruit is, you can just break off a piece and you don't really need to like eat a whole section of it. There's a pretty good shot of like how each piece is separate. Okay, repeating to myself, there are no good colors and bad colors. There are only colors. Oh yeah, that's gonna turn much more brown. It may just blend in with this, but you know, that's fine. I'm certainly not gonna put the pink one on that kind of background. Oh, we can mix up some colors for the pink one. And I think I will start with the scrap wax from the pink one and then just add some other colors to it. This wax, when you get it out of the spoon, it feels interestingly like, well, it does feel plasticky. It is plastic. It is more plastic than it is wax, frankly. So we'll start that melting. Okay, bubbles are starting to form in this, so that means it's probably ready to go. Okay, we got a weird marble. I'm gonna just go with this. I'm afraid if I mix it together, it's just gonna look like mud. So let's just pour it out. If I absolutely hate it, I won't use it. And we'll just use something else. But more importantly, I gotta fix this into the stamp so that it stays. Which I had not worked on yet. Worst case scenario, I can do what I've done before, just pour the wax, throw this on top, and then press it down. But that always, the results are weird when you do that. It definitely looks like two different pieces that didn't blend together. This has nothing to do with anything, but I thought of some of you guys, Bridgerton fans, today when I read this news article about a Bridgerton-themed event in Detroit that went really wrong. Did you guys hear about that? Mr. Oolong had already heard about it. It was a you know, a costume ball, Bridgerton themed, and they were supposed to have dance lessons. And I don't mean like there were injuries or anything. You did hear about it? See, I never heard about the Willy Wonka event. I don't think I did, but they're comparing it to that, or that fire festival that was so horrible that people showed up for a luxury 2-week music festival to just have emergency tents to sleep in and boxed sandwiches or something. It was very much like the Willy Wonka experience. Okay, I've got this in here hopefully pretty tight. I heated the stamp so that it sort of stuck it in there again. All right, I don't know. This is a weird color combination, but I'll just do it. It's only wax, right? Okay. Oh, it does kind of go everywhere. I'm just going to say it right now. This is going to look like our cat stepped in something. Which actually was kind of my my thought about this, and you know, this stamp at all. Like, it's going to just look like your cat stepped in something. No matter what color you make it. It looks so stupid. The Willy one was in England. Oh, yeah, okay. Straighten this up here. But I actually thought that was kind of whimsical, the whimsical idea that your cat stepped in, you know, a puddle of chocolate or what have you. All right, what's going on over here is I have like pink and white. This looks like not quite peppermint candy, but you know, strawberry candy melting, and I want to make a background for this. So maybe I want to add something in like a blue or a purple or a really dark pink. Oh, maybe this is where we use the burgundy. Or let's see what else I have here. Navy, perhaps. But it's going to be marbled in with what's already there. So many choices. I think I want to go with one of these dark, either this dark navy or this royal blue. Let's go royal blue. And I think I'm going to add 2 of them. Like so. I'm gonna have a quick sip of water. Oh, there's lavash crumbs in my tea there. Every time I break it, like it snaps everywhere. All right, let's see what this looks like. Oh, it really did blend. Oh, it's nice. It blended. I mean, it's just like 2 different marbly colors, but it does still kind of look like you stepped in something, doesn't it? But as far as the way that the 2, you know, waxes kind of melded, the stamp got in there, and it's all nice and blended together. It doesn't look like two different pieces. Like sometimes I've had that come out. I'm not crazy about that color, but it's fine. It's such a cute stamp. God. We just had the wind slammed a door in here. Sorry for that noise. It doesn't even feel windy, but that's what happened. Made me jump a little bit. Did you hear it? All right, well that melted pretty fast. So now I'm just trying to fix this in here again. Oh, it feels like it's since we're using this stamp so often, it's just staying warm, which can be a good thing or a bad thing depending on what you're trying to do. But right now it seems to be a good thing for making sure that this doesn't fall out. So let's go ahead and pour this interesting, look, it looks like there's a butterfly in there or something. Pour this interesting, odd blend out here. Maybe I need to pour it a little quicker than that. Oh, it's very pretty. I'll get this in the center of it if I can. All right, I think that one's going to come out really nice as well. And then we're just going to let our spoons cool so we can just pop that wax out. I think this would also be a pretty good time for me to take a break after we, you know, unmold this. You can see that or maybe you can see, the white wax had a bit of like glitter in it. Or pearliness. It'll be interesting whenever I get that really super matte wax that I ordered all the different sticks of. Again, that's coming from AliExpress from China, and I don't know how long it's going to be, but that is like not shiny at all. Not pearly, not glittery, but also just like not shiny. And it'll be kind of interesting to see. I think it makes all your stamps look kind of vintagey. But I do enjoy the shiny. Okay, ready? Here we go. Aw, it's cute. There's a little disconnect at the bottom where the wax didn't like really fill in. I'll see if I can show you what I mean there. I don't know if you can see that edge at the bottom where it's a little separate, but still it's fun. It's cute. It's a nice harmonious color blend, but you can see the edges there where it's cut, but it's not going to come apart, but it also doesn't really look like it's integrated. Still, it's a fun color. The other one really looked, here, I'll show you side by side of those. Maybe on the white. The gray stone, some kind of white colored thing here. Why don't I have anything just handy that's just white? Here we are. Here's all the ones we've made so far. So I think it's the way I cut the bottom of that pink one, and then it just didn't blend in really well when I re-stamped it. But I don't think it's coming apart. No, it's solidly in there. Okay, let me do a quick little cleanup from this. And then I need to take a little break. And then we can come back and just, maybe switch to another stamp, try something else. I'm going to go ahead and peel off. This is so satisfying to peel this wax out of these spoons and just have a piece that's, look at that, just popped right out. I'm not keeping this one though. It's just such an odd color that I made here. It's a very weird mix, so we're not going to reuse that one later, I think. Bye-bye. This one, though, is pretty. Let's see if that will come out on its own yet. And then the other thing is these are nonstick inside and out, so no more of that wax, from the outside of the spoon melting into this burner here and then just sticking inside there. I have not been able to clean that out with a paper towel or anything, no matter how hot it is. Okay, this one's not fully cool yet, so I'll come back to that after break. And we'll clean that out once it's thoroughly cold. I wasn't able to blow that candle out. I think that candle is just about done, so probably switch to a different candle in a few minutes as well. Oh, hey, Bat Duck, how you doing? I was just getting ready to take a little break. We've made a few seals, we've had tea, we've had peeled a half a pomelo and all that stuff, so I'm going to take a quick break. But welcome in, and I hope you don't mind if I play an ad for 90 seconds so that people who don't subscribe don't have to watch ads when they come in. So hang in there. I'll see you soon. Thanks, guys. Hello, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. Oh, Erica, you're back. Welcome back with your cute car-like emotes. Oh my God, look at those. And you have a Lazelle also as start. Where did you get those? Oh, let me just check. See if somebody, oh, they're greenies. Greenie. Or that says green 101. Is that greenie? Yeah. Oh, how cool. How fun. Well, in case you missed it, when I got this, frankly, most expensive wood-fired teapot I've ever bought, we named it Carlac. So this is a wood-fired, forged in fire, ash-glazed, cracked teapot, and it is, we call it Carlac. Yeah. So we're brewing my favorite tea in Carlac today. Yeah, so sorry, you just can't see everything the way I have the tray right now, but there it is. And my tea's a little bit cold, but I will definitely have some more. It was the bath. You steeped in the bath. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna try to clean this spoon out now. Just peel that wax. Oh my gosh, it just lifts right out. I'm never gonna get tired of how awesome this is compared to try to wipe it with paper towels and stuff. Pop. Just popped right out. You all also help me put in laundry. Oh, good. Glad we can help you do chores. I actually like listening to streamers for that kind of thing too. It's like, just please keep me company while I do something, you know, whatever it is. Well, mostly it's usually working. Working at home. So I've got like little tiny wax bubbles on the back of this spoon, but it's really cleaning up nicely all by itself. That's fantastic. Let's see if I'm able to get this candle out of, oh yeah, okay. Actually, it looks like it's good to go some more. I'll just light it up again. I didn't really want it burning while I was gone and not paying attention, but then also just once it gets down low enough, it starts getting kind of sooty. Oh, we didn't use any fish wax yet. Little fish. Maybe we can make one more cat paw one with the fish wax. Turn this back on. Some blue-green thing. And then maybe we can move on to a different cat theme stamp if you all are up for it. I don't mind. I'm happy to just keep making cat paws all afternoon, but I also have other cat stamps. Cannot keep my hands off of this crispy. Oh, I should eat the other one once in a while too. Oh, thanks for the lurk, Kelly McFinch. Good to see you. All right, I'll relight that candle. With as breezy as it has been on the table, I didn't feel comfortable leaving a candle burning completely unattended, you know? We're getting a lot of spam today, aren't we, mods? At least, like, Seribot is right on it. Or, you guys out there who are getting banned, if it's not spam, let us know, and sorry about that. But it does seem like we're getting a lot of those messages right now. I don't even see the message. It just gets deleted. So, I mean, I probably could make it so that I could see it, but I haven't been seeing it. Spam bots have been busy the past few days. Oh, interesting. All right, I got to pick one of these beautiful fish. I could pick two, but then it's going to be like over the top sparkly. Maybe that's not a bad thing, though. Maybe a green and a blue. How about this green one? Dark blue. I'm just kind of looking at which ones do I have more of. Oh my god, those are so cute. Fish wax for the win. But I can already see the sparkles. Okay, well, my candle's a little flickery and it's probably throwing soot on the bottom of this spoon and we can't even tell. And that's also fine. That is also just fine. You check both of them in their spam. Okay, thank you. I gotta get me some more of this fish wax. Okay. But for now, I'm just going to throw them back in the bag. I don't think that those two are going to make enough, so I will throw in one other type that's not quite as sparkly. Just had a weird inspiration. Oops, excuse me, fish. All right, we're gonna put that in there too. I think that'll be enough wax for this little paw. But what if it isn't? Maybe I'll add one more tiny piece. So many to choose from here. Well, anyway, I'm glad that that Seribot is doing its job. It was actually Yo Erica that inspired me to get Seribot. And I have it set up to do one particular thing. So it's funny that Erica is here because it was actually Yo Erica's stream that made me get Seribot, that made me want to get Seribot. But Seribot actually does a good job with the moderation as well. And then there's another. Now this one I saw the message that just got banned. My goodness, they are very busy, aren't they? So funny. Okay, I'm gonna do the thing that Seribot is here for. Let's see if I can remember how it works. It's the table flip. Oh, you didn't see the message? And see, I saw that message, and I haven't been seeing the other ones. So everybody, if you want to flip the table, you can flip the table. It's been a long time since I used that. I think it also works if you table flip. No, just flip. That's a Yo Erica thing. Because she would say, everybody energetically flip your tables for something, something. I don't, whatever she was talking about. And I was like, I have to have that. I have teaware on my table, so I'm not going to actually flip it. And then you can put it back. I haven't mentioned that in a long time. So have at it. But that's why I have Seribot, you guys. And then all of the great moderation is just it's a bonus. It's just an extra bonus. Yes, the face, the expression of putting it back. So funny. Okay, I'm just gonna see if this has soot on the bottom. Oh, no? Okay, we're good. It's black anyway, but... All right, our wax is ready to pour. It's an interesting, let's see if I can get it in focus for you. It's a constellation of super sparkly green and blue, and then some lavender in there, two kinds of lavender. And I am going to swirl it a little bit so that the sparkly parts are still showing, because they tried to go to the bottom just now. All right, this is going to be the most glamorous cat paw ever. That's fantastic. And meanwhile, let's pick out another one of these cat stamps. That is just mesmerizing, just to look at that glitter, just to look at it. I could get it to focus there. I don't know what it is about this, but just on here where it's just far away from you, you can't really see, but in person, it's just mesmerizing to look at that. It's like I can't stop looking at it. Okay. We have our choice of these two round standard size stamps. The cat in the moon and the cat on the windowsill with looks like moon phases, or anyway, celestial cat looking out the window. We also have the two larger ones, cat on the bookcase, you know, with the fish, and then the square multi-cat stamp. Looks like we have one vote for moon. Does anyone else have a preference? Meanwhile, I think I can unmold this other one here. Let's see our beautiful paw. Oh, it's like the paw of Aquarius. Wow. Let me put it on a light background so you can see it. That's so beautiful. Sorry, my hand's like a little shaky holding it up that high. Let me try with something more solid underneath. Wow. The back looks real similar to the front. Oh, look at, you can see through, you can see the impression of it. That might be my favorite one so far. Okay, and we can, well, I'm going to clean that drip off of the spoon, but I'm kind of inclined to use the same. If we're going to do, you're okay with any of them? If we're going to do the cat moon one, I'm inclined to just go ahead and use that sparkly wax. And just add some more colors to it. There's a new handle. Oh, let's try our cool handle for this one. It's a standard round stamp, so I shouldn't have any trouble like seeing the corners of it or where it's sitting. Okay, so we're gonna do this one here. Ooh, let me see if the celestial handle fits this one. It's kind of fun too. I've had a little trouble with this handle not fitting all the stamps, but it should fit this one. Yeah, it's just like not very well threaded, but yep, it fits this one. Okay, now we have cat moon with a celestial handle. I think we're ready. Okay, so I'm already melting some, there's still plenty of glitter left in here, so that green and blue, almost none of the lavender is still there though. I think I'm gonna use this one here, and this one here. No, I was right the first time because this wax gets hot. Okay. So adding to the celestial vibe. Can you guys tell how cheerful this tea makes me? I'm just like, just kind of singing. Okay. I think we can add a light blue. Always down for some celestial vibes. Yeah. Now that YouTuber that I watch, she also sometimes uses really dark colors for, you know, like celestial style stamps or even vintage stamps, like literally black or black and gray or black and burgundy kind of thing, you know, because it's a night sky. So I'm not sure if I want to do that with, yeah, actually, let's try it. What do I have that's like, I have jet black, but I also have this sort of pewter. I'm just kind of curious, like, what would that look like? Maybe I'll put a black in there. Let's go for broke here. I have a gray in the flower shaped waxes too, but it's just like a flat gray. So I've put a silver and a black in with the green and the blue, you know, cobalt blue fish wax. It does look like I might need one more because now we're back to a normal size stamp. So I'm gonna put another black. Let's live dangerously. Okay. I honestly don't know what that's gonna look like, but yeah, she does tend to do that when she has like glittery waxes. Like she'll put like a black or super dark color if it's a night sky. Oh, and let me go ahead and try another color combination, which is going to take longer to melt over here. For our windowsill cat. No, our cat on the moon. Just on the moon. I don't actually see much colors in this set that I would use except navy or this burgundy, sort of sparkly burgundy. So let's go back. Oops. Looking at the fish wax again. There's kind of a light. All right, I'm gonna go for another fish over here, but it's gonna be one of the lighter blue fishes. Oh, there's also a dark green. So just in this assortment of fish wax, there's 4 different colors. So I thought I would try one of the lighter blue ones. And then some other things. But I mean, really, normally one of these is enough glitter for a couple of different seals. So glittery. And then here, I would like to put more silver. Like 2 of those. So blue and silver, you kind of can't go wrong with that kind of combination. Oh, and there's like a lighter silver too. Oh, and then there's a darker blue. So many possibilities. All right, we'll put in this darker blue, also pearly one. Meanwhile, our odd pool with black in it is ready over here. Wow, that looks There's like a void in the middle. Maybe we'll get a black cat. That would be interesting. See, the cat is in the center of this. I honestly don't know what we're going to get. We're going to get a lot of silver, it looks like. All the silver poured out on the top. It also doesn't look like enough wax. So I'm probably going to have to add to this. Oops. Yeah, that's not enough wax. I'm going to press it really hard and maybe we'll just get a cat that I can cut out. Really not sure about this one. It looks cool. You love black cats? I do too. My best cat of all time was a black cat. Ooh. Yeah, what's in the spoon looks pretty cool. Just not sure how that's going to translate to this seal. Oh. Well, it's kind of a black and gray. All the black just ended up on the back again, mostly. I don't feel like this was much of a success. It's just kind of muddled. I think I might just try to mix it together. And then, you know, the glitter that was from the fish wax just can mix throughout. And then we can just end up with like a dark gray with glitter or something. But that was not a good color combination. Well, I should say it didn't pour out right. And there also wasn't enough. So let me add something to that one. Meanwhile, it looks like the other one is getting ready. Let's lighten that one up with another. Like a blue, you know, but it's still pearly. I don't know. This is all just an experiment. I love them too. When I was a kid, we had an all black cat named Nemo. He showed up in our garage when he was just 2 weeks old, and my parents fell in love with him immediately. Aw. That was when you were a kid. I don't know if these stones are cold or whatever, but I feel like I should probably keep using the silicone. Like that last one, the wax hardly even spread. This one looks interesting. All right, this one can't be bad. Looks like I'm a little short on the wax. Look at that. Or I didn't center it. Shoot. Shoot. So it looks like it's going to be really pretty otherwise. Now my parents have 5 cats and a lead on a 6th. You can't have just one. I probably told you guys my story about that, but it's probably been a while. But that's kind of how it was with us when we lived in Denver. I had wanted a cat for a long time, had a cat in college, and then, you know, didn't have one for quite a while after that. And then he loves cats too, although he's allergic. But so we got into an apartment in Denver that we were like, okay, we can have cats. It's okay to have them here. And it was just sort of in our mind that we could, I think we might have been visiting cat shelters at that point to socialize the cats and brush them and stuff, you know, because there's not enough volunteers that do that. So, or this was a long time ago, back in the day. Anyway, like almost as soon as we decided that we could have a cat, one showed up on our 3rd floor fire escape on the outside, and it was the black cat that ended up being like my little soulmate. And she came back 2 nights in a row. All right, this is real pretty, but it's not complete. So I will melt it again. But you can see how it should have turned out. So that was like just enough wax, but I didn't. Oh my God, with that noise. Somebody really wanted their vehicle to announce they're coming, didn't they? So we'll melt this one again. I will try to center it better. And I'm thinking I might add just like one more little piece. A tiny piece of something just to make it a little bit more. A little more wax. It didn't need much more. Anyway, yeah, she was persistent, insisted on coming in. Her name, we ended up naming her Sassy. Kind of, it really meant sassafras, but we never actually called her that. Here, I'll put a little gray in this, stretch it out a little. But yeah, she was just bound and determined to get inside. So it was kind of a weird situation where it was an urban location. We were living in the top floor of a building, and she came all the way up. I don't know how she thought to do this. She came all the way up that fire escape from the outside. The security light came on, blazing, 1,500 watts or whatever into the darkness. And any like normal wildlife would have run away when the light came on like that, but not her. She stood there and she stared up at the back door had a window in it, and she just sat on that porch and stared up at that window until somebody came out there. I came out there, and she was just a kitten at that time. She wasn't a full-grown cat who had been around for a while. And I was like, okay, well, I let her in. I thought she must be hungry. She immediately just picked me, She just immediately like on my lap kind of thing. We didn't have any cat food. We didn't have cats yet. So I made her a scrambled egg. We didn't even have any milk, but I made her 1 or 2 scrambled eggs. I forget how old she would have been at that time, but just, a couple months, a few months. Not a tiny, tiny kitten, but not full grown. She ate her egg. She like curled up on my lap and was like, this is it. I'm home now. And I wasn't sure, whether we should do that. He's allergic to cats. I don't know. So I actually put her back outside, and I can't believe I did that. But the next night she came back again. And just the same, just sat out there. She didn't meow or anything. She just stood out there and just stared at that window. And I was like, all right, this is it. And you know what? By that second day, I had bought some cat food. So I think we all knew what was happening. And she just came in and picked me, and that was it for 15 years. That was it. So that was the first cat, but not only did she only love me, and that was kind of an issue. I mean, she wasn't mean to him, but it was clearly not, it was clearly me she was attached to. And she did everything I asked her to do. Like, she would play fetch, or on the end of the bed, could she just sleep on this towel instead of being all over the bed? Because, we do have someone here who's allergic. I mean, it was like, whatever you say, she did it. So she worked hard to please. And, but the only problem was she was so smart that she was like bored being by herself. And I don't even remember her causing really trouble when she was at home alone, but we both worked full time. We were away from the house. Back in those days, nobody really worked at home, so we were gone all day, every day. And even though we had windows on like 3 sides that she could look out at the neighborhood, like you kind of do now, you could tell she wasn't happy, just being alone all day. And so we decided to get a second cat. And the second cat we got from a shelter. And we loved her, but they didn't get along that great. Okay, wow, this came out good. It's really black, so I can decorate it with some silver. But I kind of like it is black and silvery. So it's really giving that sort of night sky vibes. And the back is black and gray. Yeah, so I'll decorate this one with some silver marker or silver powder, I think, for this maybe. Or I can silver marker the moon because it's made out of outlines. But if I put silver marker on the cat, it's just going to look like paint. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, that's a nice black cat right there. So we got the second cat, and it's not like Sassy didn't like her, but let's just say the second cat didn't like the first cat and was more of a people person and less of a cat person. And the first cat wanted to play and kind of roughly and stuff, and she wasn't into it. She was already a couple years old, the second cat, and had been in the shelter for, I don't know, basically, well, I guess she must have been more than 2 years old because she'd been in the shelter for 2 years already when we got her. And it had kittens, and all the kittens had been adopted, and she was still there, and she was such a sweetheart. Oh my God. So, we took her home, but the first cat, Sassy, was like, oh, a plaything. How awesome. And she didn't care for that. I'll never forget the time she just tried to ride her like a horse. Like she was running away and Sassy jumped on her back and was like, giddy up. And so that, it wasn't going well. They certainly weren't best buddies. So we ended up getting a third one. Oh my gosh. And the third one we got had, I forget what it is that the cats were all getting at that time, and he died like within 10 days. We shouldn't have brought him home. He was sick. Poor little guy. So, 10 days later, he had passed away. That was horrifying. What was it that they all had? FIV. Yeah, little guy. So, eventually, though, we got the one. And so then we had 3 for all the years after that. It's okay. It happens. But it was pretty, it was shocking at the time. We were like, what the heck? Little guy. So, and then here's the ironic part, right? So then the next one that we got him home and we realized that he was also sick. He had like an upper respiratory or something. So right back to the vet we went, and Willow was his name, Pussy Willow. He was there for 10 days. He was very ill. Such an adorable cat, though. The whole vet practice fell in love with him and didn't want to give him back. He had little IVs in his little paws, and I went and visited him every day, and sat with him, and he was just the most adorable little thing. And so after 10 days, though, he got better, and then he was hale and hearty. He came home and basically, was like, I'm the alpha male here, and you two girls are my, my harem. And he started eating everybody's food in addition to his own. And it's okay, but he just grew fast, and he became a huge cat, a male. He was like a rag doll. He kind of had the markings of a Siamese, but he had the big fluffy body type of a rag doll. And what a gorgeous cat he was. Oh my God. He was so beautiful. But he was kind of a shit, frankly. I mean, and he got along great with the mister because the two of them would roughhouse and play rough, and he did kind of like encourage him to play rough, but he was a mischief. I loved him. He was just very lovable. All 3 of our cats were amazing. I can't find a color that you can really see this on. Okay, so here's the 2 that we just made. Here we go. I feel like I've made this one before. Like I keep coming back to this color um, combination for this because it's so, what you would think of. I think it's very classic. Oh, the second cat's name was Mandy. The shelter had named her something like Debbie. I think it was Debbie. We were like, Debbie, seriously? And they were like, yeah, well, she's kind of a debutante or something. We're like, no, that's not going to work. So we changed her name to Amanda, but we really just called her Mandy all the time. And she was already a couple years old when we got her. So those 3 cats lived to 15, 17, and 19 years old. So I mean, it's kind of like saying the rest was history. Like that was it. So it just reminded me because when we moved, so we got them in Denver, and when we decided to move to California, and then knowing that we were also planning to move to Hawaii after that, we put them in a moving van, and I got us a special van that had the door between the compartment and the driver's compartment. So the cargo compartment and the driver's compartment. So I found one after much searching that had a door between there. So what we did was put their carriers and stuff in there and just left the door open so that they could be in their carriers. There was a litter box back there. So we kind of made like, okay, well, here's the area where all our stuff is in the backpack. And then there's like an, transition area, which is where their stuff is. And then also on the first night on the road, we crawled through that door and just slept in that area with them. And then the front was, the driving, this where the drivers sat and the seats up there. So we could, keep it open and kind of, keep an eye on them, communicate with them and all of that. So that worked out well. Yeah. Only the back part wasn't heated. So, excuse me, I just had a hiccup. So we kind of had to, we definitely had to keep that open when we started driving through. This was in January. So we're driving through the Midwest. Okay, let me go ahead and do some silver decorating here really quick. I love it when pets have people names. Our former upstairs neighbors have a gorgeous long-haired dachshund named David. Yeah, why not, right? Yeah, so that's how we moved them. And then, of course, going to Hawaii, like we bought them airplane tickets and had to do all that whole thing. And then poor Sassy, she got very ill very suddenly, and we found out she had cancer in her palate. So it was like growing up into her sinus area, and she was not going to get better. So we had to make a very tough decision at that time, and we postponed our trip for a week, and eventually we had to go have her put down, which was a very heartbreaking time for me. And then we also had to do all the mundane stuff like cancel her plane ticket, and oh God, it was heartbreaking. But yeah, but she had lived to 15, and I am pretty sure that cat was so much like me that she died of worry, because we went away for 10 days to find a new, to figure out where we were going to live, and basically get an apartment rented. And we had someone coming over like twice a day to take care of them. It was expensive pet sitting because they were getting older. 1 or 2 of them needed medication, so we were doing all of that. I think this silver is too dark. Let me go with the brighter silver. Brighten this up even more. But she was, oh, there we go. She was so attached to me. And when she saw us packing our suitcases, I don't know what she thought, but we basically came home and she was very, very ill. And, clearly wasn't eating. And it was just like, who deflated our cat? There was clearly something wrong. And took us a little, few days to a week to really figure out what was going on. And try as I might, she just physically wasn't able to eat anymore. It wasn't that she didn't really want to at that point either, but she just physically couldn't swallow. Oh my God, it was so heartbreaking. And at first I thought, well, I can save her with love. But we actually, I was like so distraught that we called our vet that we had in Denver. We were living in California for a few years by then, but we called our vet that we had in Denver, who had just been the best vet we had ever had, really, and knew these cats really well. And I called him and we talked to him. Dr. O, we called him. I don't really remember his last name, but it started with O. It was an unusual name. And, we called him and we were like, here's the situation. And just from over the phone, he was like, he said, listen, folks, you have a very tough decision to make, but, you have a very sick kitty there. And, I don't, you need to like, decide whether you want to put her through that trip. So that's basically how we were able to decide what to do. But I don't want to trauma dump on you guys too much, but you can imagine, right? Your absolute soulmate, and they can't come to Hawaii with you, and you have to put them. It was terrible. It was absolutely horrible. Anyway, enough sadness. But we got the other two mooks over there. Look how beautiful this is now. Wow. That looks really good. So what I did was the lines and the stars, they're with like a light silver metallic pen, and then the cat is with silver powder. Because like I said, if I just used the metallic pen, it would just look like I painted it, and it gets like streaks and lines, and it looks painty, if that makes sense. So that one's really good. Yeah, so I guess I didn't know you guys hadn't heard this story before. It's probably kind of a downer. I probably don't tell it that much, but so that's how we ended up bringing just the two cats with us to Hawaii. And we had to do a whole bunch of stuff to so that they didn't have to be in quarantine. And we had already done all that stuff with all three of them. The microchip you got to do, the rabies vaccine, and then a waiting period, and then a test. And, it all has to be like spaced out at exact intervals. Like we had done all of that with all three, but, things changed. She sounds like a lovely little lady, and I'm happy you found each other. Oh, thank you, Serial. Yeah, no, she was seriously the best. Mr. Oolong was jealous during her entire life. Why doesn't she love me like that? This cat, I swear she thought I was her mother. So she would, like when I would go to bed, she was immediately there, and she would get into my armpit so intensely and try to we had to keep her claws trimmed because she would knead on me so hard that I felt like she was trying to dig her way into my body. I'm gonna blow this candle out because it is now throwing a bunch of soot. So luckily the nonstick spoon, it'll probably come right off. But we have now reached the end of that candle for sure. Yes, deep tissue massage, but with pain. It was so painful. But you put up with it, right? Because they're so happy. And she had to be under the covers, but she would get all worked up, and she couldn't settle down. So she would walk down to the bottom and then up to the top, and just, chirping and meowing the whole time, so happy to be there. But finally it's I have got to go to sleep. You have to settle down, But yeah, what a love. Just so. And when I would come home from work, she would wait for me to come home from work, and he said that she would know when I was coming before I was in range. She would jump up and start waiting for me at the window. And we were on the third floor. How would she know I was coming? But she was a psychic cat somehow. So she would just be And then as I would get closer, she would like start meowing and just be like so excited. Mama's coming home. She was a little wise little thing. Yeah, somehow she knew. It was amazing. So yes, black cats can be like so amazing. And she was just like a regular, I don't know, American short hair, just a normal looking black cat. But yes, it was the same way she knew she had to climb up the fire escape. Yeah, there was kind of a, what is it in Japanese culture? They call it like the red thread or something. There was clearly a red thread between us that I wasn't even aware of, but she was so much wiser than I. Junie did that with me. She would start to sit on the coffee table within the hour or so of when I'd be home. Yeah, like mine would like go to the windowsill and start looking out, and it would, he would be like, "Is she coming home? I don't see her." So interesting how they are. Meanwhile, our second cat, Mandy, I think I said that I used to say she was made of pure love. But she loved everybody equally, and she loved food more than anybody, so. She didn't really love other cats very much, but humans? You know who she reminds me of kind of a lot? It's so funny. You know that cat in Baldur's Gate, the one that speaks the weird language, Mishka? Actually, that could have been her name. I'm like, if I had named her Mishka, it would actually have fit her, but we just happened to name her Mandy. The one that goes to everybody, "Are you my murmur?" That, we used to joke that that's what she would be saying to people when she met them. A guest would come in the house and she would look up at you with big blue eyes and literally, like figuratively, I guess you'd say, she really looked like she was saying, "Are you my mama? Yeah, she was just the stupidest cat, but just so incredibly lovable. And as long as she was fed enough, just so happy with anything. Just the happiest. Just vacant and happy. There was one time I remember timing her. She sat next to me on the couch, and I would pet her once in a while and stuff, and she would knead around a little bit and stuff. But I remember just looking at the clock and realizing later that she had purred hard for 2 hours straight. No breaks, no falling asleep, no, going away, coming back, just looking up at me adoringly and just purring for 2 straight hours. And she would also do that when I was working, and she could get in my lap on my office chair. In fact, she insisted on getting in my lap on my office chair. And she wouldn't be too disruptive. She just curled up and was just, just so happy to just be alive. So she was just an absolute doll. But the dumbest, oh my goodness. All right, I'm going to go with the dark burgundy theme here, since we're kind of still celestial with this cat in the moon situation here. So yeah, she was just made of happiness and love. But she wasn't, she was fairly indiscriminate as long as she was getting fed. That was really the priority. And then the third one, like I said, he was now you guys really got me talking about my cats. See what you've done? He had a very high fever when he was the baby, when we picked him up. And then we took him right to the vet because his little nose was running and he was clearly not well. He had such a high fever that we think that, his little brain got a little scrambled, a little cooked. And he was pretty nutso for his entire life. So we used to tell people, like, we had 3 different cats, and Sassy was the smart one by far. This cat could open doors, cabinets. Like, she used her paws, and she was incredibly clever. And like I said, she would fetch or do anything, until she figured out that she didn't have to do those things. to be able to stay. But anyway, she knew where it was at. So she was the smart one. The second one was the stupid one. But I mean that affectionately, but she was totally stupid. And the third one was the crazy one. And he was so crazy. It kind of reminds me, there's a cat on Instagram named Nimbus. And I think if you just search Nimbus on Instagram, you'll probably get him. And it really does remind me of what Pussy Willow was like. My parents have a cat just like that. He had severe ear infections as a baby and it went to his brain, and now he's like Janet from another planet. I once watched him walk through a bowl of cereal with milk and not notice. Oh, you know Nimbus? Yeah, so the running around and the weird vocalizations and stuff, that was Willow. He was a crazy. Yeah, he was crazy. But he and Mr. Oolong got along. They were tight. That was his person. He also had a thing. He also seemed to prefer men over women. Like maybe he liked darker, deeper voices or something. You know how some cats and some animals are like afraid of men? And they prefer women. He was the opposite. And so if a man came over to visit, he would like walk up on the back of the couch and lick their head. And he would just, bald hair, didn't matter. He was going to groom them. And I would just warn people, he's going to groom you. I don't know why, but he just loves men. Is that okay with you? Hope you don't mind. And they would be like, "What? Okay." And he would get up there and lick their head, kind of raw, like he would lick it until we'd be like, "All right, enough. Like, get down, please." That being said, all three of our cats, sorry, I had a little wax spill here. I'm just going to sort them back into their little places. All three of our cats were pretty well trained. Like we were able to train them not to get up on the furniture we didn't want them on and stuff like that. And people say that's impossible, and it is clearly not impossible. Even the crazy one, even the dumb one, we and we didn't use any cruelty or anything. We just used training techniques, basically, to let them know what was okay to do and what wasn't. And I'm just going to put another pink variant in here because I'm kind of feeling like made a little too much contrast there. So they didn't go on the kitchen counter, not ever. They didn't go on the coffee table. They could go on the sofa, but they didn't go on the coffee table because that's because we ate there. We never had a dining table, but the coffee table was, for our food. And we even had two of them. We were training them to go in the toilet. Toilet training. And Sassy, she was the smart one. She had it. She was down. She was doing it. I think Willow was soon to follow. Mandy just couldn't get it. The poor thing, and she just wasn't capable of it, and she eventually held it for as long as she could, and then found a gym bag and crawled inside and went. So we're like, oh no, how uncomfortable she must have been too, for all the days that she held it. She just was not going to get it. So we had to give up on that project, because as soon as you put the litter box back, the other two are like, phew, what a relief. All right, well, we're just going to use that again from now on. Yeah, poor Mandy. Yeah, I felt bad. We just felt like it was cruel to, keep trying to have her do that. She was not capable of learning. Bless her little soul, bless her heart. Oh, hey, Sebastian, welcome in. Oh, this has ample wax, this one. Yeah, so poor little, we had a pet name for her. We almost didn't call her Mandy very much. We called her Binky. because she just was such a binky. Welcome in, Sebastian. How you doing? We're telling cat tales here because it's a cat themed stamp day, and I just started talking about it and couldn't stop because I love cats so much. So here's what we've made so far. Let's see if I can get these up here. We've got the cat paw is our new stamp today, and then we went back to the cat on the moon, and I'm just making those. Yeah, Binky. She was just more of a Binky. She was just a boo-boo kitty. Sorry about the siren. Can you hear that? It's passing across the street. Sometimes I think we did call her Boo-Boo Kitty. But she was just, because she was just like, yeah. Everything, it was just like, bless her heart. She's doing her best. You have friends with a cat named Lincoln and they call him Binky? Yeah, there's certain cats that just, I think it just fits them, All right, my tea's cold. I'm going to go ahead and make another pot of tea. You love cats too, so much too. Yeah, I just love cats so much. Sometimes I wonder if I love cats more than tea, but then I thought, well, I'm having tea right now and I don't have cats, so I guess. But I mean, it's right up there. Ooh, this was a fun color combination for the celestial cat. Although I'm going to have to, again, highlight it again so you can see the design. That's the problem with these swirlies. But also, you're making wax cats. Yes, indeed. Exactly. It's kind of a, yeah, cherry. Yeah, here's the back. So yeah, even though Mr. Oolong, he also loves cats, there's no question about it. He's really allergic. He wanted to be a veterinarian, but found out he was just too allergic, that it just was not going to work out. So, he was okay with getting the cats, and he certainly loved them as well. One especially. And he also loved Sassy and just, was sad that she didn't feel the same way. Sassy saw him as that other person that lives here that I got to put up with. She wasn't hostile to him, but she basically just ignored him. And that had to hurt, I'm sure. But that being said, especially after we had them for so many years and they were old for so many years, right? If they lived to be that old, then they were senior cats for a long time. He hopefully suggested, didn't really make me promise, but hopefully suggested that after the last one was gone, that we not get any more for however long. I don't know. There was no time period that we talked about, because we couldn't travel or anything without really extensive arrangements. It's also very expensive, at least the way we did it, because again, we had senior cats. They had their medicines. Cat sitter, we had to have them in twice a day to do all the things. It gets very costly. We certainly weren't going to feed them junk cat food from the dollar store or anything like that. So it really runs into some money, as I'm sure you guys know. But it was mostly that we couldn't travel or do anything because, we didn't feel like we could. Okay, part number 3 of all of this is that we have not hardly lived anywhere that pets are allowed, and it's really hard to find that. So when we first moved to Oahu, we still had one cat left. I told you guys this, I know I did. We had one cat left, so I worked really hard and got a pet-friendly apartment. And then that poor cat, he passed away 2 weeks after we moved in. He was 19 years old. And then we were stuck there for a year with everybody's barking dog, surrounded by barking dogs. We were the only people in the whole neighborhood that didn't have dogs. And they barked, basically every time you walked out of the house or night and day. I mean, I was like, why did we do this? But it was just that hard to find any place that allowed pets. So, as soon as that lease was up, we were out of there. But then forever after that, no pets, no pets, no pets. It's really hard to find any place with pets that allows pets. Yeah, so sorry, Serial. I know Cyril's a master of psychological manipulation when it comes to convincing people to get a cat. Yeah. So it's been a long time though. So, it's always sort of in the back of my mind, especially with this very large spacious apartment that we're in now. But that if we got a cat here, they would have a very difficult time even so much as looking out of the window. Besides the fact that it's not allowed. If we just pretended not to, we just didn't do what we're supposed to do. Because all the windows are basically in the ceiling or they're high up. Like the poor cat wouldn't be able to look outside or anything. I mean, they'd just be trapped in this indoor space. And even though it would be a large space, it just wouldn't be that good for them. I think they'd be bored to death. So when we were looking at this place, I'm going to go ahead and use a marker on this, maybe a pink or something. When we were looking at this place, the people who showed it to us were pretty, emphatic about the no pets thing, and they were telling us about somebody else who'd had a cat in here who, had one, even though they knew they weren't not supposed to. Oh, maybe this light pink is just enough to show this off. Let's see. We'll do it, and if it doesn't look good, you can just paint right over it with another marker. So we've heard all kinds of tales about the pets that people have had in this very apartment. And that's probably why it has a no pets policy to this day. Because it was like, the person had, had a cat up here. They weren't supposed to. And then there was the guy, I don't know if it was before that or after that, who had 2 parrots or cockatoos with cages hanging from the ceiling, which was probably very decorative. But I think I told you guys about that, right? The rats between the floors were living on the bird seed. They were stealing the bird seed and hoarding the bird seed in the crawl space between the floors. Okay, this is cute, but it's not. I feel like I don't know if that's contrasty enough. Yeah, maybe pets were not disallowed at that time, and or I suspect that they just didn't ask anyone. Is probably what happened. They just did it. And so, so I'm painting silver over this pink. But anyway, it sounds like it was the bird seed that was more of a problem than the birds, to hear them tell it. And you know how birds are, like sometimes you give them seeds and then they just eat part of the seed and they drop it or something. And the rats were stealing. Okay, why were there rats in the living space? Don't even get me started. But rats were stealing the bird seed and hoarding it. And then so after that person, I think it was the artist that was living in here for a long time. After he passed away and they were cleaning the apartment out, they said they went into that crawl space and they hauled out a dumpster full, or I forget, no, it couldn't have been a dumpster full. Some 55 gallons, 55-gallon drums full of birdseed that the rats were stocking up. Yeah. So they were like, no birds. I'm like, oh my God, what makes you think we would allow that to happen even if we did have birds, but we don't? Anyway, they were pretty firm about it, so. They also didn't know us at the time, and they didn't know how proactive we were going to be about taking care of the place, I'm sure. You know, which is probably another aspect of it. But you just don't know how your tenants are going to be, I think. Oh, okay, here's a good highlight color to put on the kitty cat. Okay, like chipmunks, but not like doomsday preppers. Yeah, I mean, if what they said was true, which I don't have any reason to think it wasn't, because I think the guy that was telling us is one of the people who actually worked on that. You know, that's a lot, so. A shocking amount. I'm not sure if this kitty cat is highlighted enough yet. Maybe it's okay. Here's what we have. You can just see it better now. The cat is still sort of invisible, but you know, I'm kind of okay with that. He's kind of being the stealthy cat. Just kind of make me want to kind of brush that powder on. Ooh, I'm going to have to wash these silicones again. I'm going to brush this highlighter powder on this pink paw just because it's kind of a matchy color and it'll just make it. I don't think the camera is even going to capture that, but in person it just looks a little more highlighted, like it has makeup on. Because it does. This is a little bit of makeup there. Okay. So I made 3 of those. Maybe I'll switch to 1 more. I'm looking at the clock thinking I probably don't have that much longer that I can go on. Oops. So that's my cat stories. So yeah, I do think about it. I feel like I've been thinking about it more lately because at work, outside of our building at work, we have a garden. I mean, you know, it's Hawaii, so there's some kind of, it's a native garden actually, so there's foliage out there. And we have cats that have been living in that area for a long time. I think I told you guys this. And we used to have someone at our work who would work with the local Humane Society, or it was a different volunteer group. I can't think of what it was, but they would come and trap, neuter, release the cats, and then our security guards were actually feeding them at night, like as part of their duties. And then new management came in and said, no, this all needs to stop. We just, shouldn't be doing this. And I kind of understand that as well. All right, I'm going to just make 1 or 2 of these because these are so fun. This, I think, would be a really good one to just use like a 1 color of the matte wax, and then you can just see all the details. So I'm going to try not to marble it up or, make anything crazy, but just some plain wax. I guess it's okay if this makeup gets on the back of it. Let's just do 1 or 2 of those. My tummy is grumbling a little bit. I don't know if it's hungry or what, but probably should call it a day pretty soon. Okay, here's 2 of this really cute. Oh, that's right. I said I was going to do all the same color. All right. So 3. It's going to have to be 4 of these because it's a big stamp. Do they all fit? Yeah, they fit. Let's see if that's probably equivalent to about 6 of the other smaller pellets, so it's probably enough. We'll find out. Let me have a little bit of mooncake while we're waiting for that to melt. Not everyone here has seen the mooncakes. I brought the tiny fork, but I really don't need it, it turns out. You just pick the pieces up with my hands. But yeah, you're right. It's cat day. We're making cat stamps and we're talking about cats. So if anyone has any cat stories, please feel free. Ooh, I'm going to cut a big chunk of this and then I'll have half of each mooncake left. I think I really am just hungry and not, fingers crossed, I'm not anything else. I have, I guess I've talked about this before too. I have a difficult time knowing what signals my stomach is sending until it's, I don't want to say too late, but basically, you know, it's already like whatever's happening is happening. So I'm not sure what's happening right now, but there's grumbling and I think I'm just hungry. But you know, I can't be sure. But I'm going to go ahead and eat a couple pieces of mooncake. Oh, my markers are sticking out over here. I can neaten up my decorating stuff a little bit here while we're waiting for melting to occur. That is such a pretty single color there. These moon ones, I always want to decorate with silver. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? But I think also the colors that I'm choosing lend themselves more to silver. I guess this one could have used gold as well. But the great thing about the markers, like I said, is if you change your mind, you can go over it again. And it seems to just paint right on top of what was already there. Oh, I think the wax is done. It's bubbling a little bit, so it's probably time to get it out. Ah, it's so pretty. This hydrangea shaped wax. It's the four petaled flower. I think of it as like a dogwood flower, but I think it was called hydrangea. I'm off center again. You know what? I'm going to remelt because I can. Because it's all one color too. It's not going to ruin anything. I'm going to remelt that. I didn't press it right. But you can see how pretty. Yeah, let's just do it again because I can. I think I'm going to put this on a smaller handle because once again, I had a little trouble seeing around the doorknob, as it were, and I did not press down in the center. Backpack Barbs is here.
There's tea.
Hello.
You took an arrow to the
Hi, friends.
tea.
Let me get over here where you can see me.
Tea.
Hi, Barbs. How's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Good to see you. Backpack Barbs is currently on a 7-stream streak. Well, thanks for coming in again. Good to see you again. Oh, and thanks for doing that shout out. If you guys aren't following Backpack Barbs, please consider it. How's everyone today? I love her little yay emotes. So cute. Anyway, hi, my name is Gail. We're having some, or you can call me Oolong if you want to. That's the name of the channel. And we're just making some wax seals. I just kind of botched one, so I was going to do it again. But we're also having tea, of course we are. And some snacks, which I can kind of drag into the scene real quick so you can see. This is a pomelo that I just peeled half of it. And it made more fruit than this. I've been eating it. But if you have not seen a pomelo before, it's a very large, like a grapefruit, but so much better than a grapefruit. And then I've got some mooncakes, which I did have last week. So if anybody was here last week. Yes, they're the same exact ones. I did not eat any from last week, making up for lost time. And then I also have these lavash like thingies from a couple weeks ago. Only these are new ones. Just bought them yesterday. So crunchy, so good. And that's actually it for the snacks today. And then I'm having a really wonderful, really my favorite roasted oolong tea along with, which is very fall vibes, very cozy. And really does not match the today's weather at all. But you know, I just moved on. I'm just done with it. Oh, that's right. This wax picked up that little bit of makeup that was on the thing. All right, that's okay though. So I was just commenting that this wax is very matte. We've done some sparkly wax today, but this wax is very creamy and does not have any glitter or pearly or sparkle in it. And so it's like a whole different feeling, which I actually really enjoy. You can see the details of the stamp really well when you don't have like the other colors, and I guess glitter wouldn't stop you from being able to see that. But and then while I get this back into remelt, because I kind of, like I said, I kind of botched it a little bit, I will show you the ones we've already made. Oh, hey, Midwest Chili, welcome in. Good to see you. How's it going? Oops, let me get that down there so it doesn't go over the edge of the spoon. I think my pieces of wax are a little bit large because they keep like wanting to go outside the spoon. Oh, and then also excitingly today, I've got non-stick spoons, which I've been waiting for like, I don't know, 6 or 8 weeks. So these are just like the other spoons in shape and size, but they have a non-stick coating on them. Absolutely life-altering, game changer if you're trying to do something with wax like this. Just getting some games in before bed. Oh, good to see you. Yeah, that's a pretty kind of a mint green, isn't it? So let me show you what we've made already. So the new stamp that I got today, besides the spoons, the stamp was the only new thing, and it is an adorable cat's paw. So we made a bunch of these. I'm really getting into these irregular shape stamps that aren't just round, you know, or square or oval, whatever. So this really kind of gives this vibe of your cat stepped in something. So let me show you the ones we made with that. Made 5 of those. They're so cute. The 2 at the bottom were like, I didn't like the way the edges came out because I was just learning how to do it. So they were my first 2. So I carefully trimmed those out and then, you know, restamped them again with some other wax. So I swear the brown one really does look like your cat stepped in something. Yeah, they're little tiny claws. The mermaid one is my favorite one. I don't know. I call this one, I don't call it anything yet, but I would call it Claws of Aquarius, probably. And that has like extra sparkly wax. But yeah, we tried to make a calico over here. I'm still learning like how to pour the wax out so that the colors are where you kind of hope that they'll be when you go to stamp it. So that's those. And then the other 3, let me just get those up here. So then we switched over to the cat, we call it the cat on the moon stamp. It's basically what it is. And these are the ones that I made. I'm really kind of liking that dark colored one a lot. So that's the moon cat stamp. And then thirdly, I am making, I've got a quite large stamp that has a lot of detail on it. So I'm just trying to make it in a single color of just a matte, not a shiny, glittery, or anything wax. So this is the stamp. It's a cutie. We've had this for a while. And so because there's so much detail in this one, I was just going to make it in just a single color, which I think is ready to go again. Now it did pick up the little bit of highlighter. Let me stir that together. It did pick up the little bit of highlighter powder that was on the silicone mat. I just thought I was going to get away with that just being on the back of the stamp, but now it's, I'm going to mix it in. Yeah, my little silicone spoon. There we go. What did people do without these silicone tools? What they did, I think, was they weren't doing seals like this. They were just putting the seal on something that they wanted and expected it to stick to, right? So it wasn't a factor that, like, oh, the wax is sticking. I mean, that was the whole point. Okay, let's try to press it. I'm not sure this is enough wax. Oh no, I got wax on my runner. Oh, it's enough wax. Okay, cool. So I poured out some wax on here by accident. I'm gonna let the whole thing cool. I'm gonna let the spoon cool. I'm gonna let the bead of wax here. It looks like it's just sitting above there, but I don't want to touch it. I'm gonna let this spoon cool. And so everything should probably peel off pretty well. And I can probably make one more after this. Those of you who just came in with the raid, we were kind of talking about finishing up pretty soon. But I do appreciate you stopping by. Ooh, let's have this piece of mooncake while that's hardening. So this was called mixed nuts, and it does have a little bit of everything in it. There's nuts, seeds, dried fruit, and what sort of tastes like five spice powder or something, like Chinese 5-spice, that I think might have a little bit of Szechuan peppercorn or something. Because it's oddly a little bit savory. It's very filling. You only want a little bit of it at a time. These were very pretty when they were whole, but since there's a half of each, you can get an idea of what they looked like. I really do like the crunchy nuttiness of this one. All right. Let's see if I can lift that drop of wax off of there. Well, I don't know. That's on pretty well. Oh, I got it. Often, maybe not every time, but at the end of each stream, we sometimes make something out of our scrap wax. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that today because it is a weird assortment of, here, I'll show you. And these are spoon shaped because I'm able to just pop the wax out of the spoon now, which is so awesome. So I'm not sure this would all mix together. I mean, we can try it. It certainly wouldn't do this pattern justice. You wouldn't be able to see anything. So I'm a little torn about doing that. I don't think it would look good. Or we can just choose a simpler pattern. Or we can just do it and then laugh at how weird it looks. I mean, that's possible too. That's also okay. So yeah, I'm just kind of peeling. Oh, this wax feels a little different in the nonstick spoon. I think it's going to come off, but it's a little bit more stuck. Interesting. Okay, it did come out though. It's like a weird sheet of plastic. Yeah, you can always save them for next time. The YouTuber that I watch that does this, that really kind of inspired me, she has a whole, you know how you have these cases for your wax? She has like a whole case of scrap wax, or maybe more than one, I don't know, but she's made videos about it, and she just brings out her case. So she kind of sorts it into colors, you know. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, it's nice. There are crumbs of that highlighting, that powder. Oh well. I thought I could get away with that, but you can really see it. But what I probably would do with this is just, you know, maybe highlight all over the design, or not. I don't know. But I think you can really see the difference that just like a single color makes, and a not so shiny wax makes, in being able to see the design when you have a complex design like that. The debris is totally my fault. So let's do it again. Let's pick another. I'm still eyeing this scrap wax. I just don't know. Do you guys want to just try it? All right, we can just try it. I'm not sure it's enough, but I'll cut it up and we'll just put it in there, because I don't really feel like I want to like have a collection of scrap wax per se. Oh, I know. We can make a paw with it, because I don't think it's going to be enough for the big stamp. So let's just do it. Let's make a paw with it. So I'll just cut these up. Weird plasticky feeling. Interesting. So we've got these. We've got this. Oh, that's so shiny you can barely see it. There's some glitter in it. I think it's going to be a strange mixture. But that's okay. We like strange. It's funny, even if it doesn't come out great. Ooh, so just looking ahead to next week, I don't have any reason to think that I can't stream next week again, unless I have another migraine or something. That was really something yesterday. But assuming nothing like that happens, I do have a work event this week, but it's Wednesday night, so shouldn't affect anything for the weekend. And again, I do have that new direct report, I guess is how you would describe that, manager that's going to work directly with me. She's starting tomorrow. And then we've got, it's just a full week. We've got people coming in from the mainland that used to work at my place. I used to basically do the job that I do, and now they're consultants, but they're going to be in, and I'm meeting with them. And they're meeting with other people. And of course, they're going to meet our new person now. These pieces of wax are so thin, I think they're just going to melt together. But I'll try not to stir it too much. And we can get some weird marbling going on. So I can't, yeah. Other than just, I don't know, might be tired from having a big week. I don't see any reason why I could not stream next week. I'm also putting out the question here and there whether I should start reading books again, whether you guys would be into that. Last week I talked about one of my favorite books of all time, which is it's called A Tree Grows in Brooklyn. And I haven't read it for years, but it would be a possible one to read. I've had a sore throat for a couple weeks, but it seems better today. So that offer is also out there. All right, this is going to be a very weird mixture, but we'll just melt it up and we'll just stamp a paw in it and see what it looks like. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, you guys. Last week was relatively quiet in terms of like bustling around to lots of different meetings or anything, but man, it was stressful. So just never know. So yeah, I kind of have been thinking about going back to book reading once or twice, or one book. I don't know how many streams that would take though, honestly. It's a longer book. So we could like read one stream and see if we like to keep going or not. It's not like I'm still not enjoying this very much. But I was thinking, I don't know, just for like the fall season, kind of going back to like cozy book reading could work. Or if you guys have something that it would really depend what books I have, right? I was going to say if you have a request for what to read, but you would have to know what I have. This stuff is so good. Probably like so many people across the country, like we're kind of ready to move into fall, but the weather's not really there yet. But book reading seems like that sort of thing. All right, I'll think about doing that next week. Yeah, I know we were talking about pumpkin spice creamer, right? So the foods are available. It is getting cooler at night. I will say that. Oh, oops! That makeup got on this stone. Now stone has highlighter in the middle. I guess I'll be doing some cleaning after stream. Trying to clean things off of things. These silicone pads, they came out pretty clean after I basically washed them like dishes, with the soap and everything. All right, well I have trepidation about this wild color mix, but let's just see what happens. I'm gonna try not to, I'm not gonna like swirl it. Ugh. Maybe I am gonna swirl it a little. All right, I managed to get some of that green to go to the bottom, the way I dumped it. Oh, my kettle is also done, it says. Okay, and the paw. Here comes the paw. Okay, what a surprise. I shouldn't be surprised by now, but when you smush it, all the different colors come out. It looks totally different now from the sides. Here's what we're dealing with. Kind of wild. I found myself thinking of Raphael from Baldur's Gate just now. Down comes the claw. But it's just the paw. So this one could be fun, actually. It looks fun from the edges. If you look close, you can actually see pieces of glitter. Okay, it's still warm, but I'll undo. Oh, wow. I don't hate it. Let me switch to a lighter background so I can show it to you. Ooh, it's still kind of hot. All right, well, that's about as good as the scrap wax could have come out. It's just kind of fun. But when I poured it, that mint green color was basically on the top, or there was a lot of it, and I was afraid that it was just going to be all that. But then when I smushed it, all the other colors came out around the side. So fun to just try it. Like you can see on the bottom that the red came out from underneath, right? That was not there. And look at all the glitter. Can you see? I don't know if you can see the glitter. Is it going to focus on that? Maybe there. Let's see the back. There's where some of the mint green went. I kind of poured it that way because I didn't want all of the green. There's some of the black, the pink. It's just so interesting what the physics, I guess, of it, the way that it flows, and then when you press on it, like what happens after that. And then because of the shape of this stamp, you can see these little blobs around in between the claws, right? So there's like, I don't know what you call it, flow physics or something. I'm going to turn off my warmer. And then we have this wild spoon left over, which I can just peel, and I don't have to spend a lot of time cleaning this, which is so nice. All right. Let's peel it off. So this is the waste from today. This is it. I'm just going to throw it away, but look how little it is. That's it. All the other little pieces. Okay, not the incredibly tiny pieces that were like crumbs. I did throw away, a few particles that had come off when I was cutting the other piece, but that's it. Everything else was used again. I do like that aspect of it. That one's wild. So here's all our paws for today. One more quick review. Trying to get them all in one little mat. So the one on the left, I can tell I was still learning where the wax flows out and stuff like that. I like this stamp. I just think it's cute and fun. It's a simple design, but it's challenging because of the shape and the way that the wax flows and stuff. Oh, hi, Sammy JPG. Good to have you in. We were just finishing up with the tea that I've been drinking, and I can show you that it's one that I got from Taiwan Tea Crafts. This is almost, I would call this my favorite oolong tea, maybe, but that's kind of a stretch because I really do like a lot of them. But it's a High Mountain Heritage Wu Yi oolong tea, but not grown in China, grown and produced in Taiwan, which is a little different. I don't have a lot left. But here's what it looks like. It's a nice roasty, a little bit higher oxidized tea as well. And it's just very, very cozy. Here's what, I haven't really revisited these leaves. I guess I can use these tongs to show you guys what it looks like in here. This has a lot of life left. There's no way I'm throwing these out yet. There's a lot. It just, I put a lot in the pot. So they're not even fully saturated yet. They're not fully, you know what I'm going to do with this? I think I'm going to go ahead and cold brew this overnight in the fridge. And then I'll have just wonderful, sweet, naturally sweet iced tea. Often I'll take this and keep it in the refrigerator and then put it in my breakfast tea tomorrow. But this tea is almost too good for that. Like, I just really want to enjoy it on its own. But yeah, welcome in, Sammy. Oh, I missed one paw. There was even another one I forgot. The brown one. We were trying to do like a calico cat. So there were actually 6 of those. Then, oops, I popped it. There we go. And then we switched over to the cat on the moon and did a few of those. And then just to test out some matte wax, I did the one on the bottom with a more complicated design. Just a single color. Oh, thanks, Sebastian. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. It's always good to see you. And I apologize for not, there's a couple times I've lurked in your stream and just haven't said anything. Even when I've been working at home this last week or two, it's been super busy, like deadline, type, rushing to meet deadline type stuff. And I just, haven't been able to chat. So I'm glad you came by. And take good care. Have a great night. Try to relax. I'm glad you like these. Thanks. It was fun. The cat theme stamps. There's actually 2 or 3 more stamps that I have that are cat. So 2 more, I guess. So I have 5 in total. But yeah, I do lurk when I can, even if I don't say anything. I think that was even earlier this week. I was just like, I'll put you on the background. I just can't even chat because I'm on a deadline. So good to have you, though. Take good care. Oh, I don't even know what to do with these, but thank you, Sebastian. Look how many I've made, and this is just all just on stream. So we're just going to add to this collection. But I was thinking of giving them away to subscribers or something. I really don't have any plans for them. Making them is so fun. But then they just kind of... Look, here's another cat one. Right on the top there. Sammy says, very nice. Looks like a very warm, roasted, tasting oolong, drinking my dong ding right now. Yes, it's kind of similar to that, but sweeter, Sammy. But yeah, Sebastian, take care. And I am thinking of finding a way to distribute these. I do have some of the double stick tapes that go on the back of them. They're like discs of double stick tape so that you can then stick them to things. So that could also be something that you could actually use them for. I'm kind of tempted to just make a whole bunch of paws because these are so cute. Oh my God. But yeah, Sammy, it is very warm tasting. It's very fall. It's very nuts, dried fruit, roast, not charcoaly really per se, but toasty and a little spicy. So it's awesome. It's really kind of like my favorite oolong. Again, that's a stretch, but it's so good. I ordered 2 different years of it, and I'm just kind of, take it out for special occasions. And for some reason, I decided that this was one. It's, mid-autumn festival and mooncake type suitable. So, but yeah, okay. All that being said, I'm probably gonna finish up for the night. Let's see, since we got that raid from Barb's, I will take a look and see if there's anyone else sort of raidable on right now. And it does not seem like there is. Okay, unless you guys want to go to Turtles and chill. That's pretty much the only. Or if you have a suggestion. But I don't think there's anyone on that I know that I would go raid right now. So let me give you a hello and goodbye from here, from my living room in Hawaii. It's like 6:30 right now, so it's less sunny, which is great. My fave was at the tea house. I got married and I can never go back. Oh, the favorite tea? That happens a lot too, right? Because tea is an agricultural product and there's like a crop and a season and all the particular conditions that happen. And then those things never really come together again, right? Yeah, so thanks everyone. Let me go ahead and go to the thank you. Thank you so much. And I will see you next week. Again, if you ever have any requests or anything like that, feel free to send me a whisper about what, if there's anything you wish I was doing on stream or you don't enjoy on stream. You guys spend hours here with me every week, and I really appreciate it. I'm not able to do that with most streamers anymore, and I feel, like I wish I could support better. So I know how busy we all are, and I appreciate it so much. So if I want to do what you want to do as well, but if you're just happy to be able to chill and watch stream, like Serial says, that's fantastic. But if you have a request, let me know. And otherwise, I will just keep picking like what I kind of feel like each week, and we'll do it together. Okay, y'all, take good care. I will see you soon. And much love to everybody, and have a great week coming up. See if you can carry that chill forward. Okay, bye-bye.